month, I'm going to do a couple of videos. And the apartment was in that building over there. Isn't that cool? Really nice. You can come out here and eat your lunch. This is my new hood now. And you come in to the kitchen, and the kitchen is good. Good sized kitchen. Got a bench here.
If Charles did walk out of this apartment, where did he go?
The closest person to us is missing.
I'm thinking that someone just has him and he's somewhere. Like, where is he?
The first time that he ever went to Anna's apartment was the last time he was seen alive.
I remember asking her, like, why are you not freaking out?
There were some red flags that started to pop up.
They were extremely concerned. They thought maybe something terrible happened.
Charles Butler's final moments, that's not a good way to go.
Autumn 2012. 56-year-old Florida businessman Charles Butler has just moved back to his hometown, New York City.
This is really nice. I love this city.
He would always talk about how New York City is the greatest place on earth. I'm Molly Butler. I'm Chuck Butler's oldest daughter. Originally, my dad was from Queens. He lived there till early 20s. He said that he went to Florida to visit a friend and ended up meeting my mom. They fell in love pretty quickly, and they ended up getting married after a few years and having the three of us.
After Molly, Charles and his wife Kim welcome Margie and Maxwell. As the family grows, Charles's career takes off.
My dad was definitely a businessman. He owned a pizza shop, and he was actually the first pizza place in Central Florida to start delivery pizza. Then he started doing insurance. He opened up his own insurance company.
He just, great businessman. Great with finances. Very, very smart. I'm Margie Bolton, and I'm Chuck Butler's middle daughter.
We're in love with architecture in New York City.
His heart was always back in New York. He was always a city boy through and through, for sure.
While Charles's business is growing, in 1997, his personal life is upended when he and his wife Kim decide to divorce.
And then they just separated. Like, they literally got together to have us three kids. Like, they just weren't really meant to be together.
We would visit my dad on Wednesday nights and every other weekend. He would always try to just make the time that we had the best that it could be. He always made everything fun. One of my favorite memories of all time was a New York vacation. We were on the subway, and my dad starts singing, "Always Look on the Bright Side of Life." And he gets out onto the street.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to feel sorry for me, even though I'm down and out.
We were younger at the time. I remember my brother was really embarrassed. Like, "Dad, stop."
My heart's bleeding.
I'm Maxwell Butler. I am Charles Butler's son and the youngest of three.
Oh my God.
It would be so embarrassing for us, but looking back on it, it was just a good time.
In 2012, Charles encourages his oldest daughter, Molly, to follow her career ambitions.
My dad was all about living your dreams. Find out what you're passionate about and make that your business. So I knew that I wanted to be a New York City hairstylist. That was my dream since I was very, very young.
Charles gives Molly a push by suggesting they become roommates.
When I was 24, my dad and I found an apartment in New York City.
Okay. I'm on 78.
And the deal was, my dad would come up for 1 weekend out of every month. Well, he was there 3 weeks out of every month.
Charles's part-time residence in New York coincides with another significant turning point.
After he got divorced from my mom, he was never really open to the idea of marriage. But he said, I wanted to find my queen. So he started getting on a bunch of dating websites. He would always make dating websites in New York, even though he lived in Florida.
In the spring, he connects with a woman from Brooklyn named Anna.
My first impression of her was she's super cute. I could totally see why my dad was into her. He was just smitten by her.
I had never seen my dad like that before. He was in puppy love.
On September 15th, Charles comes to town for one of his regular visits with his daughter and new girlfriend.
On his way up, he gets into his first class seat and he's taking selfies like, I worked hard and now I'm gonna go play hard, and I happen to get the seat next to me is empty, so I get the whole row to myself. He was just so excited about it. He said, you know, this is the way the whole trip is gonna be, just blessings everywhere.
Charles makes plans to spend Monday night with just Molly.
We just had the best conversation about, wow, we're living in New York City and I'm a New York City hairstylist. And I was in a very, loving, healthy relationship, and he was in a loving, healthy relationship. We were just reflecting on all of it. I didn't know at the time it was going to be my last conversation with him, but looking back on it, it was literally the most perfect conversation we could have had. It was just awesome.
The next day, Tuesday, Charles has plans with Anna for a special evening.
Tuesday, he had messaged me and he said, hey, I'm actually going to go out to Anna's house tonight. We're going to watch a movie. I'm going to sleep out there. She lived in Brighton Beach, Brooklyn. So this was a big deal that he was going to her house for the very first time.
That night, Charles fills Molly in on the date.
So he was messaging me, oh, it's so sweet. I got a home-cooked meal for the first time in forever. We're having a good time. He's like, I got my cantaloupe for the morning. It's great. She's going to go to work, and then I'll come back home, and I'll meet you in the city for lunch tomorrow. I was trying to book one of my flights back to Florida, and for some reason, when I was booking my flight, my credit card wasn't being accepted. So I was asking him, hey, can you buy my flight to Florida? I'll transfer you the money. He said, yeah, absolutely. Remind me in the morning.
The next day, when Molly doesn't hear from him, she texts her dad about the tickets.
And he told me, I'm sorry, I wasn't feeling good. I had a party. And he called me Honey, which my dad had many nicknames for me, and Honey was never one of them. So it didn't really make sense. So I was just like, okay, please book it. When I left work that day, I went home and my dad wasn't home. And I was trying to call him over and over and over, and his phone was dead. I didn't have her number at this point. I didn't know how to get a hold of her, but I also knew that she was the last person that he was with.
The next day, Molly's concern intensifies.
I started getting calls from his employees at the insurance company down in Florida. And they were asking me, we haven't been able to get a hold of your dad. What's going on?
By Friday night, 3 days since she's heard from her dad, Molly is desperate to make contact with Anna.
I find a way to break into my dad's iPad and find Anna's email. So 7 o'clock in the morning on Saturday, I get an email back from her finally, and she said, "Hey Molly, he left my house on Wednesday morning and broke up with me, and I haven't heard from him since." My dad was head over heels in love with her. He had told me that he was already looking at rings. So at this point, I know something's up. I email her back and I said, "My dad is officially missing."
We still hadn't heard from him, and we were extremely concerned.
It was just as if he just vanished.
Investigators zero in on Charles's final moments.
That was the last footage that we had of Charles. He just vanished the next day.
And the focus falls on a seemingly friendly face.
Have you had the locks changed since this?
Since that, no.
But we didn't know what the role was that she played. That's when I really, really got suspicious.
How does a man who is completely content with his life just go missing? The only thing Charles Butler's family knows is that he went on a date with his new girlfriend, Anna, and then abruptly ended their relationship.
I'm talking to her and I say, like, what happened? What was going on? She says, we had dinner on Tuesday night. Everything was great. He spent the night. On Wednesday, I went to work.
According to Anna, that morning, Charles stayed in bed in her apartment.
She said that in the morning we were texting each other, and then by the afternoon I was getting texts from him. And then he just broke up with me for no reason. And I said, "Oh, can I see the text messages?" And she goes, "No, I deleted all of them already." And I was like, "Wait, what? Why did you delete the text?" And she said, "Well, because he broke up with me and I was heartbroken and I didn't want anything to remember him by, so I deleted all the texts." I remember asking her, like, "Why are you not freaking out?" Like, it just felt like she was so disconnected from it, and it just felt weird. I could feel something was off, and I couldn't figure out what it was. And I said, "I'm gonna call the cops. We need to find my dad." 2 cops showed up. They basically just start taking the information. And I'm telling them every detail that I can give him. His phone was dead for like 3 days. I show them the text messages. He was spelling things weird. Certain people will say like lowercase OK, and that's how my dad would say it. But this was capital O, period, capital K, period. So just the way that he was texting was weird. It was very obvious that it wasn't him.
I am Christopher Heath. I'm the investigative reporter at WFTV Channel 9 in Orlando, Florida. We covered the disappearance of Charles Butler. NYPD comes in, they look at it. There's no evidence of foul play. There's no tracks saying something suspicious is happening, apart from the fact that nobody's heard from him and the cell phone text messages are a little off-putting. New York City is a giant place, and NYPD have a lot on their plate. They say, we're not throwing up roadblocks and shutting down, the boroughs till we find him, because we just don't have enough here pointing us in that direction.
They kind of were just like, a bunch of people in the city do this all the time. He's probably just hanging out at the beach, trying to just like get away from his life. And I was trying to tell them, like, no, something is happening. Like, this is not okay. This is out of character. One of them, I guess I had pulled on his heartstrings just enough, and he said, "Listen, I'm gonna put out a report. They're not gonna actively look for your dad, but I'm gonna do what I can and figure something out for you. There's not much that we can do, but I'm gonna do what I can do to help you."
Despite the detective's assurances, Molly's concern is rising.
And I started freaking out at this point. The closest person to us is missing, like literally just vanished out of her life with no answers.
Like, he doesn't go off the radar. Like, with his kids, he doesn't ignore us. He doesn't take a day or two, no matter how much he parties. When it comes to his kids, like, he's always just there. Something just didn't feel right.
After a few days had passed, my sisters told me that, like, they still hadn't heard from him and that they were extremely concerned and that they thought maybe something terrible happened.
Feeling like they have hit a dead end, the Butler children resolve to take matters into their own hands.
We decided that we were going to have to go the route of a private investigator at this point.
I'm Keith Freeman. I'm a private investigator. I had just come back to Florida from a trip to Central America. I was on my way home when I got the call. I literally turned my car around and booked a flight and went straight up to New York that night.
5 days have passed since anyone has heard from Charles. Freeman begins downloading with Molly.
And I'm telling him all the details. He's like, wow, you know, you did a lot of the legwork for me. Thank you. One of the first things that he had said to me, like, no more contact with Anna whatsoever.
Freeman then digs into the police theory that Charles may have willfully disappeared.
The first step is we check to determine whether Charles had booked a flight through his office, to check his billing records on his credit cards, and found nothing to corroborate the fact that he had made any additional travel plans.
There was no activity anywhere whatsoever. We had all kept trying to call his phone. It was off. We couldn't get through.
With no evidence to support that Charles left on his own accord, Freeman sets out to find him.
The first step is to get as close to where Charles was in his last known location. I was planning to go straight to his girlfriend Anna's house, which is where he was last seen and where the children last believed he was.
When our dad went missing, the last that we had heard was that he was with Anna, so suspicions definitely arose. The first time that he ever went back to her apartment was the last time he was seen alive.
The private investigator hired by the Butler family is on his way to interview the last person to see Charles alive, his girlfriend, Anna.
We went straight to Anna's apartment. We noticed a couple cameras that were located in the apartment building and on the exterior of the apartment building, but we didn't know who owned those cameras and whether they were operational. Anna appeared to be worried about what had happened to Charles, so she was more than happy to talk to us. She described the night that she spent with Charles as perfect. According to Anna, they were in love. So she was extremely concerned about what had happened to him and where he might have gone. No reason to think at that time that there was anything untoward.
But while interacting with Anna, something catches Freeman's eye.
When I entered the apartment, one of the first things I noticed in the hallway on a shelf was a man's watch. It didn't appear to be Charles Butler's watch.
Keith is struck by how flashy the watch is, which doesn't seem to fit Charles's laid-back style.
Keith kept me updated through the whole process, and he had asked her, and she said that it was her ex's watch.
Anna's ex is a 46-year-old Russian immigrant named Mikhail Chernayev.
I asked Anna about her ex-husband. They shared a child together, but they had been divorced for a long time, and Mikhail had been remarried, had another baby. Mikhail had 3 vehicles that he parked in the courtyard behind Anna's residence. So they still maintained enough of a relationship for him to be able to access the parking spaces and use them for his work and his personal cars.
After visiting Anna, Freeman reaches out to the NYPD detectives that offered Molly help. They inform him that they, too, have visited Anna's building. They've discovered that the security cameras there were installed by a resident, and they are working to identify the owner and secure the footage.
Keith kept kind of running into these things where he didn't have access to stuff, only the cops did. And since he wasn't a cop, he wasn't able to do some of the stuff. So we kind of had this like stop and go.
Then Molly gets a call from a friend of her father's in Florida.
She told me that a month before he went missing, Anna's ex-husband called my dad from Anna's phone and basically said, "She's my woman, stay away from her." It was just the one threatening call, and nobody really knew about it.
Based upon the fact that Charles had received what he believed was a threatening phone call from Anna's ex-husband, I was definitely suspicious that Mikhail was involved in Chuck's disappearance.
It's now 2 weeks since the Butlers have heard from their father, and the weight of the investigation is taking a toll.
I've heard people describe anxiety attacks, but I had never suffered from one up until this point. And it would just take me out. Like I would get like tunnel vision, I would hyperventilate, I'd be on my knees like crying. It was just literally like survival mode. The way I coped was with alcohol, and I completely numbed out. And had I not met my now husband after my dad went missing, like I truly believe I would be dead today.
Then, on October 4th, 16 days after Charles went missing, the NYPD gains access to the footage from Anna's building and share the material with Freeman. Does this footage contain clues about Charles Butler's final moments?
There was video footage of Charles and Anna entering the front entrance of the apartment complex at about 7:30 on a Tuesday evening. They went shopping, came back, couple just entering the building normally.
At about 7:30 a.m. the following morning, they spot something else.
We have video evidence of Anna on her cell phone outside the residence, and she finally had to go into work.
Freeman continues watching the footage from the rest of the day.
There is no video of Chuck ever leaving the apartment building after Charles and Anna had last entered her apartment. That was the last footage that we had of Charles.
We know he walked into her apartment. We know he is not seen walking out. What happened?
He just vanished the next day.
The footage does, however, reveal a potential clue.
One of the video cameras clearly showed Mikhail's car being parked in the early morning hours.
Hours later, after Anna leaves, the van pulls out.
He was watching the apartment and waiting for her to leave.
Moments later, a camera in the back of Anna's building reveals something else.
The video also captured Mikhail himself coming and going in the courtyard behind Anna's residence. We were able to see his work van leaving and returning on 2 occasions that morning.
While footage from behind the building is obscured, Mikhail's movements in the courtyard, combined with the fact that Charles never walked out the front door, lead investigators to a startling conclusion.
NYPD believed that Charles had met with foul play and that Mikhail assaulted Charles. And the last time that he left in that van, Charles' body was in the van. The NYPD was seeking search warrants on the vehicles specifically that were in the courtyard.
But days later, disaster strikes.
Once in a 100-year event swooped in. Superstorm Sandy struck.
The storm submerges 250,000 vehicles, including Chernayev's.
Sandy washed away a significant portion of any evidence that would have been necessary to connect McHale to Charles Butler's disappearance. It was devastating to the investigation.
When potential evidence linking Mikhail Chernayev to the murder of Charles Butler is destroyed in Superstorm Sandy, it's a crushing blow to the investigation.
Superstorm Sandy was devastating to New York and the people in New York. Makes it really challenging for the NYPD to be able to follow up on anything. They were at a standstill on the case for several months.
5 months into the investigation, Freeman knows the likelihood that Charles is alive is slim.
The words that Keith had used, it's like, your dad's not coming back. Like, he's officially, like, gone. I still can't tell you any answers, but we do know that he's gone.
In my teenage years, my dad and I would just kind of butt heads, I think. Like, we didn't always have the best relationship. I remember the last trip he made me get out of the car and give him a hug, which was very unusual because we didn't do that a lot. But we hugged and told each other we loved each other, and that was the last time I saw him.
Mikhail Chernayev is still the NYPD's lead suspect, but there's no evidence to charge him with murder.
NYPD cared about this case, but he was a missing person. They didn't have any evidence to really lead them to anything else.
There's not the physical evidence. There's not a pool of blood somewhere. There's no body.
In the face of a stalled investigation, Keith Freeman pitches an idea to the Butler children.
We decided to talk to the media in hopes of gaining additional information about what had happened to Charles.
The private investigator had gone, I think, as far as he could and asked if we'd be willing to take a look at this case.
If Charles did walk out of this apartment, where did he go? He didn't have a car in New York City. He would have either had to take a taxi or public transportation.
Where the trail for us goes cold is once he arrives at Anna's apartment. We needed to go see some of these places. We needed to try and get an interview with Anna since she was the last one to see him alive. She decides, yeah, she'd like to talk to us. Let's see if she'll shine some light on these last couple of hours.
And we loved each other, and we wanted to spend our life together.
Charles and Anna went to her apartment. The next morning, Anna says she gave Charles a key to the apartment and left for work. That would be the last time she or anyone else who knew Charles Butler would see him alive.
I gave him the key. He closed upper lock. So it means that he left.
Have you had the locks changed since this?
Since that, no.
Why not get your locks changed? But she hadn't. It hadn't even crossed her mind. Later on in the interview, I asked about when she got back, had he made the bed? And she couldn't remember. And just some of her reactions were, to me, there were some red flags that started to pop up. We knew Mikhail was a character within this larger story. When I asked about Mikhail, she seemed to dismiss the idea that Mikhail was somehow involved. She said, he's not behind this.
As Christopher Heath is reporting his story, another news organization reveals surprising information about Anna and Mikhail.
We found out that She basically started dating her ex again. That's when I really got suspicious. We didn't think that maybe she was involved in what happened, but she might have been involved in protecting Mikhail from getting caught.
Christopher Heath's report airs in late February of 2013.
The next day, we had a different response from the NYPD. We had the involvement of the state police. We had the involvement of senior detectives in Brooklyn and Manhattan.
With intrigue swirling around Anna, the NYPD turns to a specialist.
I'm Konstantin Papadopoulos, a detective with the New York City Police Department, assigned to investigate the Charles Butler missing persons case. We really wanted to know, was Anna involved in any way of Mr. Butler's disappearance, or if she had prior knowledge of it or any of that. We wanted Anna polygraphed.
Eight months after Charles Butler disappeared, an NYPD detective is interrogating his girlfriend, Anna.
I needed to find out if she had any prior knowledge of Mr. Butler's disappearance or if she had any involvement in his disappearance. So when I spoke to Anna, her demeanor was very cooperative. Anna told me she wanted to find out what happened to him as well. I asked about her ex-husband, Mikhail. She met Mikhail in Russia. They also have a son in common, but they did have their differences. According to Anna, he was a very jealous person, questioned her a lot about different things, even though they were not together. He was still jealous. During my course of the interview with Anna, she didn't believe Mikhail had something to do with his disappearance, but you don't know what's going on in someone's head, you know? At the end of the polygraph, she came up, no deception indicated. She had no involvement in Charles Butler's disappearance, so she was in the dark.
With no additional insight or evidence, the investigation is at a standstill. But the following day, the NYPD gets an unexpected call from officials in upstate New York.
There was a fisherman whose boat had broken down in an infrequently traveled area. The fisherman got out of his boat near the shoreline and stumbled upon a body.
When the body was found upstate New York, that DNA was matched with the DNA that the case detective submitted. Then they could ultimately say, yes, this is Charles Butler that was found by the lost fisherman.
After 8 months, Charles Butler has been found.
I remember getting the phone call. I was still in New York. It was more brutal and gory than we could have.
For investigators, the discovery of the body is the first piece of solid evidence in the case.
Charles is found under suspicious circumstances. So now the investigation is going to change. So at this point, the detective calls me up and asks if I could polygraph Mikhail. He voluntarily came, yes. He was very cooperative. He seemed enthusiastic to help. He's a middle-aged man, a medium to large build, brown hair, balding a little bit.
Without revealing that Charles's body has been found, Papadopoulos begins his routine.
Whenever you interrogate somebody that's suspected of a crime, it's a long process. First off, with Mikhail, I built some rapport with him. We sat down. We spoke about common things. You know, what he did for a living, where is he from in Russia, when did he come to the United States? You know, questions like that. Just try to build rapport and see where his mindset's at for the polygraph later on. I asked Mikhail the regular questions that any investigator would ask him. Do you know him? Have you ever met him? Mikhail denied that he knew Charles. He explained to me that he knew that Anna was dating somebody, but he didn't know who it was.
Then Papadopoulos suddenly produces a document, a map of the exact area where Charles's body was found.
The demeanor that he had quickly changed. He was very nervous. At this point, everything came crashing around Mikhail.
When confronted with a map of the location where Charles Butler's body was discovered, lead suspect Mikhail Chernayev begins changing his story.
I'm sure Mikhail thought in his mind that, you know, okay, as long as they don't find Mr. Butler, I'm gonna be okay. But Mr. Butler was found, and then everything came crashing around Mikhail.
Before the polygraph begins, Mikhail begins speaking freely about Charles and Anna.
Upon questioning by the NYPD, he confessed that he was in love with Anna, and he was jealous over anybody having a relationship with her, that in his mind, he went to the apartment to confront Charles about the relationship.
Mikhail said he walked over to Anna's place. After he observed her leaving for work, approximately 7:30 a.m., he knew that Charles would be home, knocked on the door, a confrontation ensued.
According to Mikhail, he pushed his way into the apartment. Charles screamed at him. Mikhail asked him to be quiet. When he didn't, Mikhail punched him in the face and knocked him down. He said that Charles still would not stop screaming. Mikhail took a knife from the kitchen counter, stabbed Charles, and suffocated him. Mikhail's explanation was that he was possessed by a demon.
We never got to the polygraph examination because during the pretest interview, Mikhail confessed to Mr. Butler's demise. Mikhail told me that he didn't want Anna to find out that he had any involvement in this. So he took Charles Butler's body to a location upstate where he used to go on vacation, a secluded area. And that's where he dumped Charles Butler's body. Charles Butler's final moments, that's not a good way to go.
Papadopoulos then questions Mikhail about the bizarre messages that were sent to Anna and the Butler children after Charles was dead.
Charles Butler's cell phone had a lock feature on it. So I asked Mikhail, I go, how did you use Mr. Butler's cell phone? Because you were texting people. Mikhail clearly said it was easy. I just took the SIM card out and put it in my phone, and I was able to use the phone. So I asked him, well, why did you do this to Mikhail? And he said to trick everybody.
Mikhail is arrested for the murder of Charles Butler. The following day, investigators go in search of additional evidence to bolster their case.
the NYPD fluoroceled looking for blood samples and were able to find a very small drop of blood in the kitchen that matched Charles Butler.
Chernayev is indicted on charges of second-degree murder. Months later, he recants his confession, and the case moves to trial. And again, the woman at the center of the deadly love triangle becomes an object of curiosity.
She got asked to testify for both sides. You could tell, like, she was in a really weird position. I watched her face when they showed his confession video, and it was the first time she ever heard it. Like, it dawned on her. It took 1.5 years for her to even connect it in her own mind that he was the one that killed my dad. Like, he did it. And what he was telling her at the time was that he was in jail in place of her. He told her that they were trying to arrest her for killing my dad, and he's taking the blame for her. I feel like she was innocent in it. I feel like she was innocent almost to a fault, but that she was tricked by him too.
On September 29th, 2016, almost 4 years from when Charles was killed, there is a verdict.
A jury comes back and finds him guilty of murder. The judge handed down a sentence of 25 years to life.
With the trials behind us, I felt like we were finally able to create our own closure, if you will. The grieving process is something I still struggle with. I'm grateful for the time that we did have together because he raised me to be the man I am today.
Monday night, we had that really awesome conversation. I think that trip, he was the most excited I had ever seen. And I think part of it was because, of course, he's coming back to the city that he loves.
Saturday afternoon in the city, street festival. How do you like this neighborhood, huh?
And he was going to see the woman that he fell in love with and get ready for a really epic weekend in New York.
The last time that he had texted me, I was supposed to go get air in my tires. He had texted me, like, make sure you get air in your tires. My dad was my best friend, and any question that I ever asked was never off the table. What you couldn't see in yourself, like my dad could see it in you, he was our best friend. Like, he was my closest friend. The bond was there.
In case y'all didn't know, Black Girl Sunday. Celebrate your girl. Or not. It's whatever.
We hear about a lot of missing children, but there was something really different about Alexis. She was this social media star.
That was one of the alarming things. Does she have a stalker? Somebody following her?
One of the videos captures Alexis Murphy's vehicle pulling in. You can't really tell who's driving.
It was definitely unlikely that Alexis drove her car to some random movie theater in Charlottesville. It was still a lot of questions going through my head. What happened? Where is she?
Alexis has virtually disappeared off the face of the earth. It's just full throttle forward.
It's August 2013. In the rural enclave of Shipman, Virginia.
Go.
17-year-old Alexis Murphy is preparing for senior year at Nelson County High School.
She definitely was a person that could brighten your day on your worst day. My name is Trina Harmon Murphy, and Alexis is my great niece. She was just an incredibly humble, genuine person. She was the total package.
I'm Jasmine Murphy, and I'm Alexis' cousin. She was looking forward to her senior year playing volleyball. I did assistant coaching with her for 2 years. Seeing her play and playing against her at the open gyms, she had definitely developed and grown as a player.
Hey, where my Pacers fans at? Oh, I was serious. None? None at all.
She was definitely attached to her cell phone for sure. If the battery was dying, she would plug in multiple extension cords so that she could still move about the house and take the phone with her.
Okay, my life is pretty much complete right now. Whoever invented this, thank you so much.
Alexis's journey to the cusp of adulthood began on June 5th, 1996, when she was born into a loving, extended family.
Even when she was a baby, she was just a funny, outgoing person. She was always getting into stuff, but I definitely saw her grow up. She was definitely smart. She could come to me for things, or if I had clothes that were too small, hand me down to Alexis. She loved them.
She grew up around most of her cousins, so cousins are more like brothers and sisters.
As she got older, you saw her get more interested in music, dancing. She was forever recording herself dancing. If I was dancing in the car, she would just laugh at me and was like, don't ever do that again. She just a joy. She loved her music and dancing. She definitely did.
Alexis and her friends spend their free time at a local destination, Liberty Gas Station.
The gas station that has the McDonald's connected to it was definitely like the teenage hangout spot.
Alexis went to that gas station every single day. It's a rural county, you know, the gas station is just kind of where kids hang out.
Alexis's social world, however, extends far beyond Shipman, Virginia.
My name is Katie Love, and I was an investigative reporter covering the Alexis Murphy case. In 2013, we're just starting to understand the power of Twitter, and Alexis got it right away. You knew what she was up to because she would tweet it.
In case y'all didn't know, it's Black Girl Sunday. Celebrate your girl. Or not. It's whatever.
The average teenager probably has a couple hundred followers. Alexis was completely different. We're talking about 12,000 people who just wanted to know what she was up to. She was this social media star.
Gotta go feed the dogs. Don't nobody feel like doing that. Bring your ass here. I haven't even named whatever.
We would joke about it, and she's like, I don't even know how they're following me. I'm like, well, they obviously like what they see or what you do.
Little did she know that was the last time that Jasmine would ever see Alexis. Later that weekend, in the early morning hours of Sunday, August 4th, Alexis's family notices something peculiar.
Alexis's grandma realizes that she's missed her 11 p.m. curfew, which is really strange. Alexis never missed curfew, was always in the house on time, and they have no idea where she is. That day, she left the house in her dad's car, the white Nissan, and the car is nowhere to be found.
Of course, her grandmother, immediately started to call her phone, but it went straight to voicemail. Alexis was always tapped into that phone. When she didn't answer it, that was a big clue. I thought she'd had a car accident. That was my first thought. Her mom works night shift at the post office, so she came home from work that morning and immediately went to the sheriff's office and filled out a missing persons report.
I'm William Everett Mays, Jr. I go by Billy. I was investigator lieutenant with Nelson County Sheriff's Office. I get a phone call, and it's brought to my attention by one of the deputies with Nelson County that this young lady didn't return home. The deputies had already spoke with the family and got a lot of information that I needed to start my investigation. Teenagers, a lot of times, tend to be a little secretive about what they're doing. We have to take into account that maybe she is with someone that she doesn't want you to know about, or she's went somewhere that she doesn't want you to know.
As Lieutenant Mays gets up to speed on the case, he's alarmed by Alexis's large Twitter following.
She had a lot of followers on social media, but with that, there's the downside. It's just a breeding ground for predators. But just in a matter of hours, I had a huge resource available. We had social media experts from the FBI that were devoted solely to that. That was critical in this case.
I remember coming through her social media and seeing some of the things people would post, like, oh, I would like to meet you, or you may see me sooner than you think. That was one of the alarming things. Does she have a stalker? Is somebody following her?
As investigators dig through the large digital trove, they spot one tweet that points to her plans for early Saturday evening.
As she was posted throughout the day, one of those said she was Berg-bound, which means she was headed to Lynchburg, which is a city just south of Lovingston.
Her family explains to investigators the enthusiasm behind the 6:04 p.m. post.
She had an appointment for her senior pictures the following week, and she loved hair and makeup. So her plans that day were to go to Lynchburg and buy hair to do her hair extensions for her senior pictures. Her mom gave her the lecture on not spending too much money on hair, and she told them she loved them and got in her car and drove away. That was her very last tweet.
Police reach out to the Lynchburg store she was headed to, but shopkeepers say she never arrived. Whether or not she ever set foot in the city is a mystery.
The million-dollar question is why? Why she deviated from that plan, and was that voluntary?
To track her movements, Mays subpoenas Alexis's cell records. But while he waits for the results, late that afternoon, Trina devises a plan to find her using an app called Find My Phone.
Oak Ridge Estates was the last location that the Find Me app on her phone actually provided. It's a vast piece of property. It's several thousand acres. So a lot of resources from the sheriff's office and the state police are focused on that area. There was a huge gathering of people. There was tons and tons of people willing to help.
By 6:30, there was a state trooper helicopter in the air looking for her car. By 7:15, the first FBI agent was on the scene. You're on a pendulum between hope and despair.
A suspect on the road to Lynchburg.
It almost made you afraid to even be out at night alone.
And clues from Alexis's final moments lead police to the end of a dirt road.
It looks like something out of a horror movie.
In late July, days before Alexis disappeared, her aunt dropped by her home.
It was just a typical visit, and she was just her happy-go-lucky self, you know. We said our goodbyes as always. Love you, see you later, and that was it. I mean, the normal moments are the ones that are really important, you know. Lord knows I wish I had known that was the last time I was going to see her.
Just hours after Alexis is reported missing, an app called Find My Phone leads police to a 4,800-acre estate called Oak Ridge.
They're searching areas thinking perhaps there was a vehicle accident, that she had ran off the road. We also had contacted the state police for their helicopters to come in and fly the area. So a lot of the attention was focused in that area.
After hours of searching, investigators begin to question the accuracy of the phone tracking app.
Law enforcement find nothing, so it kind of leads them back to square one. That was like this alarm of what is going on.
Perhaps she's establishing a little bit more independence and she wants a little more privacy, as most teenagers do. but her family was very adamant that that was not the case. This probably is bigger than what we think.
With Alexis's phone records still pending, authorities widen their search radius and call in more help, as Mays takes a darker view of the situation.
It's becoming more evident to me that this is probably not a defiant juvenile, and this is probably not an accident. So time is of the essence, it's critical. And I was basically the one overseeing all this. We reach out to the Virginia State Police for their special agents, and we probably had close to 50, 60 special agents from the FBI there, which was incredible.
I definitely saw that this was something serious now, more serious than we had thought before.
As the investigation intensifies, the Murphy family's plight explodes into the spotlight.
In the newsroom, we hear about a lot of missing children, but there was something really different about Alexis and how strange it was for this girl to suddenly have no trace.
Family members say 17-year-old Alexis Murphy is a good girl, star volleyball player at Nelson County High School, a devoted daughter who always answers her phone and text.
She became everybody's daughter, everybody's niece, everybody's granddaughter.
But Laura Murphy has been unable to contact her daughter since August 3rd.
Somebody knows something. If it's the littlest thing that they may not think is important, it is.
It allowed people to connect with her family. It was amazing to see how many people organized search parties after search parties looking for Alexis.
My name is Mark Egeman. I work for the Virginia Department of Emergency Management as a search and rescue coordinator. Watching the story develop and grow in the news until we get that call from state police. And then that's when we become involved and it becomes an active mission for us. You have a tremendous amount of woods and country to have to search on foot.
The whole community has mobilized at this point. This was very out of the norm for Nelson County.
It's unclear at this point if investigators have found anything of use for them as they continue to search for Alexis Murphy.
In the midst of this publicity, law enforcement scrutinizes the road Alexis would have taken to Lynchburg. In recent years, it has been the site of a rash of mysterious crimes.
Last count, I believe it's 32 young women and men that are missing on some portion of the 29 corridor. There's something going on for sure on the 29 corridor that needs attention.
Locals attribute this violence to a single anonymous culprit.
When I first started working for Nelson County Sheriff's Office, I had heard about the 29 stalker. There were some young ladies that had been abducted along Route 29 from, say, Albemarle all the way up to Barboursville. You start to wonder if this is something that is connected. Yeah, it was a scare.
It almost made you afraid to even be out at night alone. It was definitely one of those things you kind of opened your eyes even more.
But soon, on Monday, August 5th, 2 days after she vanished, Mays receives some crucial documents: Alexis's cell phone records.
We started looking at the cell phone information and the cell phone records, and were able to determine that Oak Ridge that we didn't need to be there. The phone was pinging somewhere else. One of those hits indicated she was in the Liberty gas station. That's where the focus went at that point. We were able to go and pull that video surveillance of Alexis being there.
Could this footage be the key to finding Alexis?
When she went missing.
In the case of Alexis Murphy, police have obtained surveillance footage from the Liberty gas station on the day she disappeared, after her last tweet around 6 p.m. Could this video hold clues to her whereabouts?
It was somewhere around 7 p.m. What I seen when we watched the video was Alexis coming into the store to pay for her gas. She looked fine when she was inside to me. She didn't appear to be distressed or distraught or in any kind of danger or scared, and she was there alone. There was really nothing that looked out of place. And then she exits the gas station. She could be very close when she left. It was somewhere around 7 p.m., and I believe it was 7:17 p.m. It was the last activity on her phone. So we have roughly a 17-minute window there that we're trying to figure out what happened. We were starting to canvass the area, the perimeter around the Liberty gas station, talking to every resident there. We're looking for this young lady and her phone. There is a car lot directly across Route 29. We were searching that area and searching trunks of cars just because we didn't know.
Law enforcement finds no sign of Alexis or her car or phone. But on August 6th, 3 days after she went missing, a tipster contacts police about a major discovery in Charlottesville.
Tuesday evening, someone just who had watched the news and had heard about Alexis Murphy's disappearance had noticed this vehicle sitting there and called us. Said, hey, this car's here in Charlottesville. So, of course, we drop everything. We haul freight to Charlottesville. It was Alexis Murphy's car. I wasn't expecting it to be found in Charlottesville. Wasn't close to Nelson County.
The city of Charlottesville lies about 40 miles north of Alexis's hometown of Shipman and 70 miles north of Lynchburg.
It was the Carmichael Cinema area. Then, of course, the media is there before I get there. And it's a circus. It's ridiculous. It made it very difficult for us to get in there to do what we needed to do.
It was leaked on social media that the car was found before the police ever had the opportunity to call and tell us.
It was definitely unlikely that Alexis drove her car to some random movie theater in Charlottesville. If she said she was going to the Berg, then that's where she was going, to Lynchburg. It's odd to end up the opposite direction in which you said you were going. But when I got the news that they had found her car, I wanted something. Some kind of answer to, besides, okay, they found her car. Is she in there? Or what's in the trunk?
My biggest fear was when we popped the trunk, Alexis was going to be in the trunk. And when we do open the trunk, she isn't. Which, it was a relief, but at the same time, it's like, where is she? And her phone is not there.
So you go from, yay, she might still be alive, to, okay, where do we go from here? This is a big piece of the puzzle, but Alexis has virtually disappeared off the face of the earth. You can't find their phone. It's just full throttle forward.
Determined to figure out how the car got there, Mays obtained surveillance footage from surrounding businesses.
There's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours of CCTV that we're going through. And luckily, one of the videos captures Alexis Murphy's vehicle pulling in on Sunday night at around, I believe it was around 10 o'clock. It's a real grainy video. You can't really tell who's driving. You can just tell that there is a figure that gets out of it. And the subject walks out of frame. It was a creepy scene.
Could this mysterious figure be Alexis? Despite her bold personality, her family thinks otherwise.
She was definitely scared of the dark, so her to walk off in the dark without a light, no, was definitely unlikely to be Alexis.
While the individual does not appear to be Alexis, their identity is unknown.
You can't identify if it's a man, a woman, age, anything. It's not Alexis driving the car, but we have no idea who this person was. Search teams are still out there looking for any clues of where Alexis had gone.
Desperate to understand the mystery figure's connection to Alexis, investigators re-examine the footage from the gas station.
When you look at the video going back, There was an individual that held the door open for her. And there was some it appeared, small talk.
There was something really interesting, and they see something they had never seen before. There was a man holding the door for Alexis Murphy. And it looks like on the footage that there's some sort of conversation between Alexis and this unidentified man. So suddenly, there is a new person of interest in the case. So we're starting to wonder if it's the same person in Charlottesville.
In hopes of identifying a man seen in surveillance footage, police in the Alexis Murphy investigation race to where it was recorded, Liberty gas station.
So there was a question of whether that was someone who maybe was involved in Alexis's disappearance. The attendants who work there were able to easily say, this is a guy named Randy Taylor. He was not someone who just kind of slid under community radar. This is a distinctive man who has this huge Daffy Duck tattoo on his neck. The gas station attendant knew Randy because he has a car that's very distinctive, this camo truck.
Once Lieutenant Mays learns of Taylor's vehicle, he digs deeper into the footage.
The cameras, unfortunately, were not all over the parking lot. But there is a camera that's on a portion of the parking lot, and it catches just a tiny piece of Route 29. Just a few minutes after Alexis exits the gas station, you see this camouflage vehicle and Alexis Murphy's white cars directly behind it. She was actually going north toward Charlottesville, and now she's following him.
The big question is we have no idea why she followed him, which is really strange. What's going on?
Mays sizes up the investigation's new prime target.
We've got to come up with a game plan. Let's figure out what the best avenue of attack is as far as the interview with him, and let's pin him down.
Investigators discover that Taylor lives in a camper just off of Route 29. 4 days after Alexis disappeared, Mays heads towards the property.
We had put him under 24-hour surveillance. I was told by the other agents where this camper was located, but I couldn't find it. The grass was so high around the driveway. It goes into this property. So I finally locate this road. We pull in, and we're basically walking up to this thing. It's just an old abandoned house. Then there's this blue and white camper. It looks like something out of a horror movie. I remember knocking on Randy's door, and he opens the door. We explained to Randy why we're there. And I basically asked him about being at the Liberty gas station. We were looking for this young lady, and he said he had no knowledge. He's never seen her, didn't know her, wasn't at the Liberty gas station, had no idea what we were talking about. And that was an important part of the case for me because I knew then that he was hiding something. But once we confront him with the evidence, there's a video of him holding the door for her, and things changed. He told us he ran into her at Liberty. He admits that she was there.
Without prompting, Taylor launches into a story.
He even goes on to elaborate that he met Alexis Murphy probably a year prior to this at a car wash. He was smoking some marijuana, and she had made a comment about the marijuana. According to him, she was talking about how it smelled like some really good stuff. So when he saw her at the Liberty gas station on August 3rd, he knew who she was.
When pressed again about the August 3rd encounter, Taylor offers an astonishing account.
Also, he's telling us that she's with a black guy, and they're talking about a marijuana sale, and Randy wanted to buy from the guy that she was with. So they come up with an agreement, and they leave, and he goes to his camper. Alexis comes, and this other gentleman follows suit. He buys marijuana, they have some small talk, shoot the bull, and they leave together. That's the last he's seen of her. I didn't believe the story, but we could not rule out the possibility of someone else being involved.
To validate Taylor's story, Mays files for a warrant to search his trailer. Alexis's social media is also scoured in search of the man in Taylor's description.
They got the picture off of some Facebook page or something, but very quickly we're able to identify this guy as Damien. Damien was a resident of Nelson County, but he leaves town shortly after Alexis Murphy is missing and goes to Alabama. That was alarming. That was enough for us to further investigate this.
I knew Damien. We went to high school together. So Alexis' relationship with Damien, I don't know exactly what it was. I knew he worked at McDonald's at the time. She always was at McDonald's getting a frappe. Was he one of the last people to see her? Did he have something to do with it? Did he know about it? It was still a lot of questions going through my head. What happened? Where is she?
Police uncover disturbing clues.
We see that a fingernail is embedded into the carpet. Hearing this kind of evidence, your stomach just turns.
Authorities close in on a suspect.
I don't think he expected the rain of hell that came down on him.
And cryptic circumstances envelop Alexis's final moments.
So it leaves me with the million-dollar question, how did you get her there?
Investigators have learned that a friend of Alexis, who left town after she disappeared, may have been the last person to see her alive.
So myself and Special Agent Pittman with the FBI, we flew to Alabama. We made arrangements to meet with Damien and talk to him in further detail about what his involvement may or may not have been.
As they sit down to interrogate Damien, Mays asks him about his whereabouts on the weekend Alexis vanished.
He was in Nelson County staying in a hotel with his girlfriend. He said he was at the blood bank donating plasma, and this was right around the time that she went missing. But he wasn't anywhere close to where Alexis was here in Nelson County. So he wasn't even in the area when she went missing. He said he had no involvement whatsoever.
After the interrogation, Mays returns to Virginia and digs into Damien's account of the weekend of August 3rd.
We were able to corroborate his timeline and his alibis. There was nothing, there was no dots to connect with Damien. It was just another ploy for Randy to throw the investigation off.
After clearing Damien, critical information in the case against Randy Taylor comes through.
We're able to secure a search warrant for his camper. We execute that search warrant. We go in, we explain to Randy why we're there, and we pull him out of the camper. The forensic techs go in and start the evidence recovery process.
They go to his house, his trashy dump of a camper. It was a bit messy. Inside, they find evidence. We see that a fingernail is embedded into the carpet, but they find a hair extension and then a diamond stud. Hearing this kind of evidence, your stomach just turns.
It wasn't something good when I heard that they found all those things there, because those are things that any girl, you're not going to just let that go. It had to be taken from you. Alexis didn't have false nails, things like that. It's not going to just come out easy.
The evidence is sent for DNA testing. Then, authorities search the grounds around the camper for Alexis's body.
Behind the property, there was just all kinds of garbage and trash that had been piled up, and there's a mountain. And behind the house, there's a trail that goes up the mountain. We search the side of the mountain to see if he's taken her up the mountain. It was a very difficult search. You know, everybody's getting ate up by ticks and chiggers. We blanketed that side of the ridge and we have nothing. No indication that anybody had been up there, no four-wheel tracks, nothing.
Her cell phone was still missing, and she's still missing. We were still hopeful that we could find more evidence. So I actually reached out to administrators with the Department of Corrections and inquired a little bit more about these cell phone dogs.
We learned that law enforcement is using canine dogs to sniff a very specific adhesive found in phones. We start to see canines sniffing Randy Taylor's camper. These law enforcement dogs are smelling some sort of scent, and they find Alexis Murphy's phone just 70 feet from Randy Taylor's camper. It's broken. It looks like someone's tried to take out the battery. Finding Alexis's white iPhone was the nail in the coffin.
This was her lifeline. I have that on your property, and she's not here. Something terrible has happened. So I really think that pretty much sealed the deal. I went ahead and arrested him for abduction with intent to defile. He looked like a ghost, like a deer in headlights. I don't think Randy expected the rain of hell that came down on him as fast as it came down on him.
After the arrest, Mays seeks out the Murphy family for a difficult discussion.
So a decision was made to set the family down and tell them we don't think she's alive and we want to go forward with a murder charge. And to do that, we had to have their support and understanding that she is dead.
I think we had to agree with the evidence that was presented before us, because obviously the evidence was there, right? And we can't find her. She has had no contact with her family. That was kind of the defining moment to know that chances are she wasn't here anymore.
As the case heads to trial, police make Randy Taylor an offer.
Before the trial, law enforcement offered Randy Taylor a deal, 20 years if you just tell the family where Alexis Murphy's body is. His response, give me 10 and I'll tell you where she is. It's like really unbelievable.
Months later, in May 2014, at the Nelson County Courthouse, the first-degree murder trial of Randy Taylor begins. While the prosecution has a wealth of evidence, the lack of a corpse presents a problem.
This was an unprecedented case in Virginia. To try someone for murder with no body, it's very hard to prosecute without a body.
In May 2014, the murder trial of Randy Taylor commences. On behalf of the state, prosecutor Anthony Martin delivers the opening statement.
The prosecution was able to paint this really violent scene with the amount of evidence that was just found inside of his camper. Something horrible has happened.
But in their opening argument, Taylor's attorney takes aim at the prosecution's assertions.
The defense was constantly saying, there's no body, there's no murder weapon. They kept hitting on it.
His explanation of the hair extensions was the police planted it, but we knew that he was full of it.
After opening statements, the prosecution unloads its most potent evidence, an item discovered on a deeper search of Taylor's camper after his arrest.
One thing I will never forget is Randy Taylor's bloody t-shirt. Seeing the t-shirt covered in not just a little bit, but a lot of blood, you could tell the jury's mood suddenly shift.
Attorneys reveal the results of DNA testing on items found inside the camper.
And it was her DNA on the shirt. It's a mix of blood and saliva and fluid. We have her DNA on these hair extensions that were found. They're glued and woven into the hair. They don't just fall out. That indicated to us that there was a violent struggle that took place.
We know that there was nothing casual about this encounter, that it was extremely violent.
After closing arguments, the litigators turned the case over to the jury. Within hours, the jurors announce that they've reached a verdict.
I was at volleyball practice. I remember looking online and seeing guilty. And I just busted out in tears. It was a relief, like kind of a joy for us, because you're going away. You're not going to hurt anybody else.
It was a few moments of the weight has been lifted. We have some type of justice. And we did celebrate, but the next morning we still woke up to the same reality. We still don't have her.
We convict him on both counts of abduction with intent to defile and first-degree murder. And as the jury is leaving to go sentence him, Randy stood up in open court and said, "I'll take the original deal of 20 years and tell you where she is." And of course, it's too late at that point. He ended up with 2 consecutive life sentences and is currently at Red Onion spending the rest of his life in prison. So,
in the case of Taylor's continued silence, anger and mystery linger over what transpired in Alexis's final moments captured on video.
The million-dollar question, how did you get her there?
Despite Taylor's conviction, he refuses to reveal the location of Alexis's remains.
I can't go put flowers on my niece's grave. I can't take little pink trinkets, which was her favorite color, to put at her grave. So I will continue to look for her until I'm either not here or she's found.
Whether or not Alexis's body is ever found, her family and community will never forget her.
I still think about Alexis all the time. Her face is on my refrigerator. I have a t-shirt with her face on it. My daughter, who I now have, will know about Alexis. There was such a bright future ahead for this young lady.
I grieve the what ifs the most, you know. Where would she have gone to college? What would she have majored in? Would she have met the love of her life, you know, in school? Would she be married? Would she have kids?
It's still unreal, because it's like, how can this happen to her? You kind of sit back there and wonder, what if she stayed home that day? What if? It's always that question of what if.
And they'll always remember their final moments with Alexis.
I remember we had went to the Chinese place to get dinner, and I took her to McDonald's to get a frappe. It's one of the things that I always think about, especially when it comes up the anniversary date of her going missing.
The last time I saw Alexis was the weekend before she was abducted. I mean, the normal moments are the ones that are really important. Family gatherings and parties and celebrations and regular moments. You know, we said our goodbyes as always. Love you, see you later, and that was it. Lord knows I wish I had known that was the last time I was going to see her.
he slept good and that we can talk soon.
All you have is the lifeless body of a 22-year-old. Why does someone do this?
The most gut-wrenching part was seeing Heather's hand still grasping the sheet.
But I just remember screaming, somebody's killed my daughter.
You have to look at these videos and hopefully gain something from it.
I think everybody was crushing on Heather.
Who you tell your secrets to, now you tell your secrets to your cell phone.
It was one of the most shocking videos I have ever seen in my career. I was watching the final moments of the life of Heather Nicole Maples.
Twenty-two-year-old aspiring college student Heather Maples is preparing to leave her hometown in Texas to pursue her dreams in Tennessee.
She loved the idea of moving to Tennessee. She just wanted to start over and do something different. My name is Jenna Holt Gomez, and Heather will always be my best friend. She knew what words to say to make you feel better. Literally 5 minutes talking with Heather and you would forget that you're even sad about anything. And Heather was really good at helping people.
I am really sorry that I didn't send you anything yesterday. And I hope you slept good and that we can talk soon.
Heather Nicole Maples is born August 23, 1992, in Ocala, Florida, on the eve of a record storm.
My name is Jennifer Hunter, and I am Heather Maples' mother. Hurricane Andrew was just hours away, but I had a baby during a hurricane, basically. So she was known as my hurricane baby.
I met Heather at my elementary school in Dallas, Texas. I was actually a really shy, quiet, introverted girl. I was afraid to speak to people. Heather just completely brought me out of my shell. We both tried out for cheerleading. We were so excited and so scared, but Heather wasn't afraid of anything, and we made it.
In 2004, when Heather is in the 7th grade, her mom gives birth to a second child, Ryan. When he's diagnosed with a developmental disorder, Heather's focus turns to her family.
All of Heather's high school years were spent with Ryan, helping Ryan learn how to talk, learn how to walk. She just immersed herself with helping to raise and take care of Ryan.
When she's not caring for Ryan, Heather lives the life of a typical teenager.
We spent a lot of time talking about boys. We talked a lot about what we wanted to do with our future.
Heather had wanted to go to college. She was interested in pursuing a career. She had decided that she was going to be a counselor. She had always been that friend. She was that listening ear because she was such a compassionate person.
After graduating from high school, a friend of Heather's named Chaz unexpectedly calls and suggests she join him in Tennessee.
He told her that he was in Murfreesboro and that it was a great little town. It was also a college town, and that would give her a better opportunity to be able to go to school in a local place.
I remember she packed up her entire car, and I was so depressed that she was leaving, but I understood and I admired her courage.
In January 2015, Heather arrives in Murfreesboro, moves in with Chaz, and embarks on a new adventure.
It was a friend situation when she went, but I think it turned quickly into a boyfriend situation.
When Heather first moved in with Chaz, everything was okay. And so this was just a fresh start for her. My name is Kelsey Price, and I was Heather's best friend in the state of Tennessee. My first impression of Heather was, wow. I mean, I was in awe. She just
gave off this vibe, this light about her. And I said to myself, this girl's gonna be my best friend.
Kelsey helps Heather land a job in the offices at the Cove apartment complex, where they both live.
We worked hard, but we also had a lot of fun. We would go bar hopping, go to the mall, go shopping, get manicures, just the typical girly stuff.
While Heather is thriving with work and friends, in April, her relationship with Chaz begins to crumble.
Heather and her boyfriend, they split up, and he moved out, and she was able to keep her apartment, so she didn't have to move again.
And in early August, she phones her mother with exciting news.
She was on the phone with me, and all she kept saying was, "Oh my gosh, Mom, oh my gosh." And I was like, "What?" And she said, "I was accepted to college. I'm going to college." And I was like, "You're doing what?" She was so excited, and I was so happy for her because that was something that she did on her own. It was her proud moment.
A week later, Kelsey Price opens the rental office at the Cove apartment complex and notices Heather is late for her shift.
She had a tendency to, sleep in. And so there were a lot of mornings where I would have to call her. About 9:15, I'm like, okay, Heather's not here. So I call a couple times. I don't get any answer. I remember her saying, if I don't answer my phone, just come get me. So when I open the door, I see her mattress and I see her laying there. And I'm calling out to her. I'm like, Heather, Heather. I walk over to her and I notice that she has a top on, but nothing else. And I'm like, gosh, she really got on one last night. So I look at her foot, I tap it, I'm like, Heather? And when I tap it, I realize it's dead cold. I slowly start to back out of the apartment. I was like just breathing and thinking like, what the hell is going on? I called 911 and they say, what's your emergency? And I say, I think there's been a homicide here.
I'm Detective Sergeant Tommy Massey with the Murfreesboro Police Department. I made my way over to the apartment complex and met with Kelsey Price, who was her friend and also a co-worker of hers. When I arrived on the scene, they'd already established a crime scene, had it roped off. I could see the body of Miss Maples across the bed. Obviously, she was partially nude. You could tell there was some visible trauma to her person. I immediately met with Detective Maples, the first detective from our unit to respond.
My name is Detective Larry Maples. I was a detective that assisted on the Heather Maples case. There was clear evidence of a sexual assault with semen, with hair, blood.
Her hair was fairly blood-soaked. We were able to note that there was some cast-off blood on the wall behind the mattress. Obviously, she had been struck on the bed, and then whatever object was used to strike her had, delivered blood to the wall.
The most gut-wrenching part was seeing Heather's hand still grasping the sheet, where you could tell that she died, and that she died a pretty horrific death.
Why does someone do this? As the lead investigator, it's very imperative to gain as much information as quickly as you can, because at that time, we know nothing. All we have is the lifeless body of a 22-year-old girl.
Detectives search for clues in Heather's final moments.
With a crime of this nature, it was very conceivable that this was going to be a little more on Heather's private life.
Friends become suspects.
There was no forced entry to the door, so it didn't appear to be a random act.
And a window opens to a horrifying world.
It was one of the most shocking videos I have ever seen in my career.
When investigators discover 22-year-old Heather Maples murdered in her own apartment, they begin processing the scene.
There were several identifiers on Heather's body that were significant to us. There was, semen. There was a presence of hair we believe was not Heather's hair.
As forensics begins processing evidence for DNA testing, investigators make another discovery.
To the right of Miss Maples, there was a bloody fingerprint at the top of the bed that was pristine. You could not have taken ink and rolled that fingerprint and had a better print.
There was nothing consistent with that fingerprint to lead us to believe that it was Heather's, nor was there any conceivable way that her hands would have been placed there.
Investigators process the print to compare to potential suspects and to submit to a national fingerprint database. And soon, they make another discovery.
We were able to recover Miss Maples' cell phone at the scene.
Without a passcode, however, they can't open the device. As they set out to gain access to the phone, they observe something else.
We also noted that the windows were closed or locked, so the only way in was through that one front door. So no one forced their way inside, so it didn't appear to be a random act at that point.
Heather's body is transferred to the coroner's office for further examination. With the support of Heather's best friend, Kelsey, Detective Massey then embarks on a harrowing task.
One of the most difficult things to do is the death notification to someone's family that their loved one is deceased.
I wanted to be the one to tell her. I wanted it to be from somebody who loved Heather and cared about her. Well, I called and I just said, Jennifer, are you sitting down?
I remember her just telling me that Heather's gone. And I was like, where is Heather? Because I knew Heather was supposed to be at work. And then she said, Heather is dead. I just remember screaming, no, somebody's killed my daughter. But it wasn't real. It didn't seem real.
In his conversation with Jennifer, Detective Massey learns that the last time she saw her daughter was 6 days ago, when they spent the afternoon together in Texas.
She just called about a week or two before and said, hey, I've got tickets. I'm coming home for this weekend. It was great to see her. Heather and I were together. I dropped her off at her friend's house and I gave her a hug and a kiss and told her I loved her. I had no idea that that was going to be the last time I was ever going to hold my daughter.
Back at the crime scene, Massey speaks to Kelsey about Heather's living situation and discovers that her relationship with her ex-boyfriend Chaz has been tumultuous.
There had been allegations of abuse. I would hear her telling me about how he's got anger issues and he was abusing her.
It was a pretty scary thing because she called me. She was really upset and she didn't know what to do. I told her to leave and come back home, but she was determined to really make something of herself.
There were often times where I thought, oh my gosh, am I gonna have to go over here and intervene? But I helped her get a restraining order. I pretty much just took her under my wing from there on out.
He becomes somebody we wanted to have a conversation with about her death. Did something trigger him? Was this an act of aggression? And those are some things we wanted to know.
Before police can track down Chaz, something unexpected happens at the crime scene.
A young man came just about bursting through the crime scene. His name was Michael, and he was very determined to either get inside that tape, get inside that scene.
It's not uncommon in some cases that you will have suspects come back to the scene and interject themselves into the investigation.
Michael also shares an alarming piece of information.
The interesting part was that he had Heather's keys. No one forced themselves into her apartment, and she's dead. So certainly that's somebody we want to have a conversation with, and we got him back to our offices pretty quick.
He seemed pretty upset and despondent over the fact that his friend was deceased.
How do you know Heather?
I met her at the bar.
This is going to be rude, but I got to ask it because that sometimes details are important, sometimes they're not. The first night you met her, did you have sex with her?
I did not.
Okay.
I've never had any contact other than a hug. I've never even kissed her.
So you've never had sex with her?
Never. Okay.
Michael may have had a little crush on her, but at the same time, he had a girlfriend, and I don't know if he ever acted on any of his feelings.
Michael then reveals that before Heather was murdered, he spent much of the evening with her.
What was the story on that?
Yesterday, she asked me if I was off work because she said she was hungry. I was like, cool, let's go to Old Chicago. Went to Old Chicago.
According to Michael, after dinner, he went home, while Heather went to a local bar with friends. But later that evening, she reached out for help.
She called me at 11:40.
So 11:40 she calls you?
Yes.
Okay.
And she tells me that I need to come to the bar. She really needs me right now. There's people hitting on her and she's really upset. And I was like, okay, I'll be there.
We learned from Michael in the interview, there was a situation where she was being, if you want to call it, harassed by the young man by the name of Artavio.
He was following her around and touching her, and I was like, man, why don't you leave her alone?
Michael had some concern about because he felt like he was being a little too, I guess, pushy with Miss Maples that night in the bar about trying to maybe have some advances toward her.
Shortly after the incident, Michael suggested taking Heather home.
We walked out the door. She's like, hey, I want Handlebar. I'm hungry. Will you take me there? I said, sure. She orders biscuit, gravy, eggs, 2 eggs, and sausage. And we sat there. When she was done, I drove her to her apartment, dropped her off. I watched her walk up the stairs, and she was like, okay.
He estimated that time to be approximately 2:30 a.m. the morning of August 7th, and that was the last that he saw her.
Her door had to have been unlocked, though.
Why? Because she had her keys?
Because she didn't have any pockets or anything in her dress.
You forgot to give them back when you dropped her off.
Correct.
Investigators take Michael's fingerprints and a DNA sample and set out to determine if he's been truthful about his evening with Heather.
We had ideas where she was, but again, knowing where she was and knowing what she's doing while she's there are very different things.
We wanted to retrieve the video from Handlebars. They'd been out there to eat, and that was their last stop before he drove her home.
The investigators pull the footage in question for insight into what may be Heather's final moments.
We watch it in real time, just like you would a movie. You have to look at these videos and hopefully gain something from it.
Investigators are reviewing security footage of Heather Maples and her friend Michael from the early morning hours of the night she was murdered.
We're able to piece together through that evidence that she had been with Michael. We were interested to see what would happen next.
While Michael seems comfortable showing Heather affection, the pair's time at the diner seems to match his account to police. But what happens after they leave remains a mystery.
Because Michael was the last person that we knew of
to see Heather Nicole Maples live. He was someone that the police were very interested in.
After reviewing the footage, investigators turned to the medical examiner's report for additional clues.
They had ruled that the death was a homicide and that the cause of death was strangulation and blunt force trauma to the head. The rape kit provided them with a DNA sample. That DNA sample was forwarded to the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation Crime Laboratory for analysis.
When we did get the return of the fingerprint and we got the return of the DNA, Michael was determined not to be a match to any of the identifiers that were at the scene.
With Michael cleared as a suspect, detectives begin looking into the man he described from the bar that night, Artavio. But then they uncover new information about Heather's ex-boyfriend, Chaz, who she filed a restraining order against a few months back.
We learned that he had moved, but that he was actually back in town the night of her murder, which piqued our interest even more.
We just went in and conducted the interview.
While he acknowledges his relationship with Heather was rocky, Chaz denies having anything to do with her murder.
He said he hadn't been to her apartment in months. He gave us key details of where he'd been throughout the night. We were able to verify the alibi he provided us, and the time frame just didn't really fit what it would have required to have committed the crime. At the end of the interview, we asked him to consent to DNA. He agreed to do that.
With that interview, we were able to determine that he was not there, that they really had not had any contact, and was later cleared when the DNA came back.
Later that day, with two potential suspects quickly cleared, investigators turn back to Heather's best friend, Kelsey.
I felt like a suspect because I was the one who found her.
And you describe her as your best friend, right?
Correct.
What was Heather's lifestyle? Was she a big drinker? She liked to smoke a joint? She take pills? Was she promiscuous?
She liked to drink. They wanted to get as much information about her and her life as they could. They wanted to know about sex lives, everything.
According to Kelsey, after splitting up with Chaz, Heather's social world expanded.
She immediately was so happy, so free. She could really spread her wings and fly at this point. She was just very charismatic. I think everybody was crushing on Heather. Literally, she was like a boy magnet. She had men around her all the time, staring and wanting.
Kelsey begins listing off anyone of note that Heather has been talking to over the last few weeks.
I told them about Brandon. She just met him and his roommate one night, not too long before that. She introduced me to them, and that was the only time I had ever met them, and I never thought about it again, really.
Through the interview process, we knew we had a Brandon that she was hanging out with, or with a question mark, because no one even really knew who he was. He stayed on our radar.
I'm in Texas, and I don't know any of these people. So we're kind of stunned. Did Heather make friends with somebody who would kill her? We had no idea.
Investigators then turn their questioning to the night of Heather's murder.
Okay, so during last night, which is Thursday night, do you text her, hear from her, talk to her or anything?
She Snapchatted me.
I woke up and got a drink of water or something, and I saw that she had sent me a Snapchat. And the Snapchat was a picture of her and Artavio at the bar. They both look, like they've been having fun. And so I went back to bed. That was the last thing that I ever received from Heather. Yeah, that was it.
One of the concerns to us was the Artavio gentleman because he had been with her that night. There had been a photograph of that.
What can you tell me about him?
I don't know a whole lot about him. He seems like a very nice guy. He's funny.
You got any idea why she would send you a picture of her and Octavio, why that's a big deal?
I think she thinks they're pretty good friends.
Okay.
It's conceivable that her suspect could likely be in her phone. Who do you tell your secrets to? Now you tell your secrets to your cell phone.
Having not yet gained access to Heather's device, detectives turned to Kelsey for help.
The detectives said, we've tried everybody. We've tried Heather's mom to get her passcode. Do you know it? And I said, yeah, actually, I do. I was the only person who knew it. So they were elated.
When we went through Heather's phone, we were able to start piecing together a timeline of her last few minutes.
Around the same time Michael claims he dropped her off, Heather sent a message to a name that investigators recognize.
She did have a text message in the late morning hours that she had reached out to that gentleman, Artavio, asking him to come over to the apartment. Did he drive over and kill her?
When investigators examine Heather Maples' phone, they discover she texted her friend Artavio, inviting him to her apartment hours before she was found murdered.
It was one of the last ones she sent out. At least we know she was alive at this time because she reached out to him, that he could have been the last person with her. We wanted to talk to him in case he was involved.
Artavio did know Heather. I don't know the depth of that relationship. We knew that he had been with Heather throughout the night.
Okay, all right. What did you do yesterday afternoon?
I went and hung out with Heather. We drank some tequila, and then we went to Jim's for a while.
Okay, and who is Heather?
A friend of mine.
We pulled him in to interview him. We realized that he didn't know that she had died. And so we used it to our advantage to see is it going to change his answers to the questions.
I'll show you a picture, okay? Do you have any idea when that would have been taken?
It was a little bit before we left to go to Jim's.
Who took that picture?
She took it.
Do you know if it was posted or sent to anybody?
It was on Snapchat.
Massey then asks about Heather's late-night text.
If Heather says that you came back over after she got home, would we believe that not to be true?
Yeah, I didn't show back up over there. Heather texted me at like 2:30 or something.
Can I see the text?
Yeah, but I was already asleep. I saw it this morning.
Sometimes a lie is just as good as the truth. If you provide me with certain names of people you were with or locations you were at, and we can't verify that, then why would you be dishonest or untruthful in a case like this? People saw you go in the apartment. Phone records put you at the apartment. You were with her yesterday. Your picture was with her, okay? Because here's what I'm going to tell you at this point, Tate. I believe she texted you to come back over there. You went over there, and then something happened.
No.
And not only was this girl raped, she's dead.
What? No way.
Yes way, okay? And here's what I'm going to tell you. There's DNA all over that girl. It's going to come back, I believe, to one Mr. Tate.
Well, it won't come back to me.
Once the interview had concluded, we asked him if he would submit to a DNA test. He provided buccal swabs that we collected.
As detectives wait for the lab results, they investigate Artavio's version of events.
As we say, everybody's a suspect until they're not. But we were able to determine that he did not respond because he had actually been with someone else, which made it easier to corroborate his story. So we had to mark him off the list as a suspect at that time. But at the same token, you're like, oh, that's kind of bad right now. We're back to square one again.
Over the next few days, detectives circle back to Heather's list of friends in search of new leads. And one name keeps coming up.
You got the mysterious Brandon guy from the bar, you know. Could he have something to do with it? And could he have known where she lived? Could he be involved?
And it was interesting looking at everyone's notes where Brandon was written down, or Brandon that was circled. And then later Brandon was circled twice.
But something puzzles investigators. With all the accounts of that night, Brandon has never been placed with Heather.
We didn't feel like we were at a total dead end, but we'd worked pretty much for 7 straight days nonstop on this case, hadn't taken very many breaks, hadn't slept a lot.
Every day we had calls with the detective. He was very good at keeping us up to date. But it almost feels like you're living one of those TV shows. I was angry, I was sad, I was frustrated.
It's amazing how that relationship with a victim's family can drive you when you're tired, fatigued, frustrated. We worked for Jennifer at that point, and we wanted to make sure that we did everything that we could to make sure that at some point she could find peace.
On the 8th day of the investigation, as Detective Massey prepares to leave the office, his plans are interrupted.
That afternoon, I got a phone call from one of the directors down at the TBI Crime Lab. We had received a hit on the fingerprint that was submitted from the bed. It belonged to the mysterious Brandon. His fingerprints had been previously submitted into the APHIS system by a company that he was seeking employment with, and that they had a match to the one we had submitted from the bloody fingerprint on the bed.
Once we got that fingerprint back, now all of a sudden this Brandon came into full focus and became the center of the investigation. Where does he work? Is he going to school? Who is Brandon?
Eight days after finding Heather Maples' body, police discover that a man named Brandon Bowling left a critical clue on Heather's bed.
So at that point, we knew we were on to at least somebody that was there. So we spent that afternoon researching who is Brandon Bowling, where does Brandon Bowling live, how do we find Brandon Bowling. We were able to ascertain that he was employed as a driver at one of the local food establishments. He was actually working that night. I met him in the parking lot, told him we were working on a homicide of Mrs. Heather Maples. We asked him if he'd be willing to come to the police department and talk to us.
What was it? 14th. How do you know Heather?
We met at Jim's.
Do you know when that was?
Maybe 3 or 4 months.
There are different ways to interview different people. Sometimes you have to be gentle with them, you know. I tried every technique you could, you know, to be his friend almost, to give him opportunity to have an out as to why it happened.
Ever been to her apartment?
I have been to her apartment.
The times you had gone over there, did she have to let you in, or was the door unlocked, or do you remember?
So I think she usually left her door unlocked, so.
Let me ask you this, have you ever been sexually intimate with her?
The first night? No, second night. Second time I met her.
You hooked up with her?
Yeah, we did.
When's the last time you were at her apartment?
That might have been in July.
At that point, we knew obviously he wasn't telling the truth, because there's no way his bloody fingerprint gets there on that bed sheet that night if he's not been there in 2 months. And it was still wet when we actually got on the scene.
Once we confronted him with physical evidence, you could see his demeanor change, his shoulders drop, head drops.
You know you were there, you know what happened. So now you need to tell me so that I can understand.
I don't know I was there. I don't know I was there. That's the thing.
Okay, well then how did your bloody fingerprint get on the bed?
There's no way I did anything. She just got accepted into college. Like, I was happy for her.
It seemed like he was starting to collect the fact that, he's had, that we know it, we've got it.
I don't believe you don't remember what happened. Look at me, young man, because this is important. They can put you to death. Do you understand? Okay. Because this is the most important conversation you had in your life. The only way your bloody fingerprint got there is your hand's bloody. And you had your hands on her while you were raping her. Well, then tell me what happened.
I thought several times throughout my interview with him like he was on the verge of confessing, but he never would. He never would come off of anything other than he'd not been there. At the end of the interview, we asked him to consent to DNA because we told him it could clear the case if he wasn't truly there.
And I want you to just take one at a time. You're going to basically stick it on first on your right cheek, swirl it around.
While investigators await the results of the test, based on the strength of the fingerprint evidence, they make their move.
After he basically would not tell us anything that we needed to know.
Well, I'm going to tell you what, at this time, Brandon, you're being charged with first-degree murder in the death of Heather Maples. Okay?
He was subsequently charged with first-degree murder that night.
To build their case, police file a subpoena to access Brandon's phone. Detective Massey then makes a call.
It was uplifting, calling Miss Hunter and telling her, I just booked the man into jail that may have murdered your daughter. Because at least at some point, maybe she found comfort in that.
Detective Massey called me to let me know that he had caught someone. And it was a sigh of relief. But again, we had no idea who he was or why did he do it. I mean, that's the one question that I still have is why. I still don't know.
When investigators gain access to Brandon's phone, however, they gain chilling insight into his motive.
This is a perfect example of the things you can't unsee. What was in that phone will be with us for the rest of our lives.
As investigators scan through the phone of their chief suspect, Brandon Bowling, they make a horrifying discovery.
The video from the cell phone of Brandon Richmond Bowling was one of the most shocking videos I have ever seen in my career. You could see the room of Heather Nicole Maples. You could see the bed. You could see Heather Nicole Maples being raped. And you knew that at this time she was alive. It was obvious she had been beaten and she was suffering. The thing that struck me the most was that I was watching the final moments of the life of Heather Nicole Maples.
As parents, you want to know what happened to your child. So you have to ask the question, how did she die? Be careful what you ask for, because the answer you get is horrifying. It's awful.
And I think about how lucky we were to get a bloody fingerprint on a bed. Had we not got the fingerprint back, I don't know. Maybe we would have caught him. Maybe we wouldn't have. I don't know. There's always the possibility that we wouldn't have, and maybe somewhere down the line continue to do what he did.
In February 2018, Brandon Bowling pleads guilty to the murder and rape of Heather Maples. He is sentenced to 40 years in prison without the possibility of parole.
The day that the plea deal was signed, I read a victim impact statement. I viewed that statement as the last time that I would be able to speak for my child and what her loss meant to us.
I forgive Brandon Bowling for killing my daughter. From that day forward, I learned, don't worry about anything and pray about everything.
It in no way meant that I forgot what he had done. I'm supposed to forgive, and so that's what I did.
I tell you, there was hardly a dry in that courtroom.
Once the hearing was over, we went out into the hallway, and his mother walked over to me. She was heartbroken. I was heartbroken, and I just gave her a hug. And we both lost our kids that day. I wanted her to know that I understood her pain.
Years later, Jennifer remembers her daughter's last trip back to Texas and her final moments.
So it was great to see her, that her accomplishments that she had been working on were coming to fruition. She was happy. You know, I can look through videos and I can look through pictures and she's smiling. You know, there was always a light there for her, for me.
She was an amazing person, a contagiously, beautifully incredible person.
Our last time together was at the office at work the night that she went out. We got off at about 5. We walked home together. And that walk home was the last walk home I ever got with her. She's definitely forever in my heart and in my mind all day, all the time. I can never forget her. She's literally one of the best friends that I've ever had. If you love somebody, you gotta hold them tight because you never know when your last day with them is.
I said, I love you. And that's the last words that I ever spoke to her.
We didn't know what had happened. Kelsey was just gone.
The clock's ticking.
We were just praying she's still alive.
You see a flash of a figure come up from behind her. Kelsey's not necessarily all alone.
It's just like your heart just drops.
Just tell me where her phone is. Just where is it?
Pardon my French, it was really an oh shit moment.
May 25th, 2007. Overland Park, Kansas. 18-year-old Kelsey Smith is graduating from Shawnee Mission West High School.
I remember the day clearly when Kelsey graduated. We were very proud of her. My name is Missy Smith, and Kelsey Smith is my daughter. Her boyfriend, John, had an air horn, and when she walked across the stage, he had hit the air horn.
There was a lot of noise and clapping and stuff. The principal asked her, "Is that your hooligan family?" And she was laughing and said, "Yeah, that's them." I'm Greg Smith, and I'm Kelsey's dad. I was happy that she graduated. I was happy that she hit that milestone. It was a neat night to see that.
Kelsey was born May 3rd, 1989. She was our third daughter. She was very inquisitive. She got the nickname No-No because she was always into things.
Kelsey was very, very outgoing, even at a young age. We had 5 kids. She was the middle child, so she went out of her way, I think, to be noticed.
I met Kelsey in middle school. She was very loud, and at first I thought she was kind of bossy, but like not in a bad way. I'm Megan Lang. I'm Kelsey's best friend. We were in marching band together. We both played clarinet. It was a lot of fun.
Every year, the marching band played at halftime at the football games. She took a lot of pride in that.
During her senior year, Kelsey's life changes when she meets her high school sweetheart, John.
When she first met him, she's like, "Hey, there's this guy, and he is so cute, and he's just awesome." And I was like, "Oh, cool."
John was over at our house all the time once they started dating. I mean, all the time.
They went to senior prom together.
We all got a limo. Kelsey had this big, beautiful yellow dress that looked just like the Disney princess Belle. And we had so much fun. After graduation, Kelsey and me were super excited to go to K-State.
I had always assumed that Kelsey would go to Kansas University because John was going to KU for college. And I told my wife, "Who do you want to bet moves first? Is it going to be Kelsey or John that changes schools?"
On June 2nd, a week after her high school graduation, Kelsey is excited and getting ready for a big date.
She and John were going to go out that night. It was their 6-month anniversary, which I had no idea was a thing, but apparently when you're 18, it's a big deal. Kelsey said that she had to go to Target to get a gift for John before they went out that night. And while she was there, she talked to her mother, Missy, on the cell phone.
It was about 7 o'clock in the evening. Kelsey had called me to ask me about the gift she was looking for John. There was this scrapbook box that she wanted to find for him because she had given him a card and his mom accidentally threw it away, not knowing that it was important to him, and it really upset him. So I was explaining to her which aisle she could find this box that she was looking for at Target. She was just in a hurry to get home because she was meeting John for dinner. And then I said to her, I said, "Bye, baby. I'll see you when I get home. I love you." And that's the last words that I ever spoke to her.
A short time later, a little after 7 p.m., Kelsey's boyfriend arrives at the Smith family's home.
John came over to the house to pick her up for the date. He was so excited, but Kelsey wasn't there. Started calling and texting.
But she's just not answering, and I just knew something was bad.
A veteran police officer, Kelsey's father doesn't waste any time trying to find her.
Kelsey's older sister, Lindsay, and John got in a car and went out looking for Kelsey. In the meantime, I started calling police departments and asking, hey, have you had any accidents or traffic stops with this car or whatever? And I remember Lindsay calling and saying, hey, Dad, we found her car. It wasn't at Target. It was at Oak Park Mall across the street. Kelsey wasn't there. It was just her car.
We knew something was wrong.
And then Lindsay said, John wants to get inside and look around. I said, I don't care if you have to tackle him. Don't let him touch the car. I'm calling the police.
Patrol officers respond to the call at 10 p.m.
I'm retired Detective Sergeant Bob Miller with the Overland Park, Kansas Police Department. Kelsey's car was located on the opposite side of the mall, a good third of a mile from Target. The mall was closed, and it wasn't even parked in a parking stall. It was just kind of parked in a dark spot.
After the police met us, they immediately treated the car like it was a crime scene.
Her purse was found in the car, her cell phone and car keys were missing. The shopping bag from Target was in there, which just adds to the strangeness and the urgency of the whole thing. And then the police noticed something was hanging out of the trunk.
It was like a paper strap or something. It set off all kinds of alarm bells. My fear was she was in the trunk.
Watching them open the trunk of her car as a mom, it's just agony. I'm just sitting there holding on to Greg, and he wouldn't let me watch them open it.
But it was empty. She wasn't in there.
And then when she wasn't, you're just like, where the hell is my kid?
The car was towed to the Johnson County Sheriff's Office Crime Lab, where they started processing for fingerprints and for DNA. And then the police asked us to come down to the station to be interviewed.
I'm Detective Candace Bridges, and I work the Kelsey Smith case. When I first arrived at the station, Kelsey's family was there. Her boyfriend, John, was there as well. Everyone was on a heightened sense of alert. Kelsey was, by all accounts, a good kid. Her father, Greg, was a law enforcement officer himself, so he knew when to raise a red flag to let us know this was something serious.
They brought us into an interview room, sat us down in there, walked out, closed the door. I looked at Missy and I said, you know why we're here, right? I said, we're suspects.
The Smiths tell police that Kelsey left for Target around 6:30 p.m. and was supposed to meet John sometime after 7. But she never showed.
The timeline lets us know what she did before she went missing, which may sometimes hold the key as to why she was missing. And that became more important when we interviewed John a little bit later.
John told us Kelsey's very excited about going off to college.
But what John says next catches investigators by surprise.
John told us they were going to split up when they went to college. That's a highly emotional situation between John and Kelsey.
We asked, was she upset? Was she upset with him?
At that point, we were thinking John did something to her.
The race to find Kelsey.
First 24 hours pass, and you become more anxious.
Clues buried in Kelsey's final moments.
We were dumbfounded.
I just lost it. I just fell apart.
And a suspect's chilling statement.
And he goes, yeah, I saw her. She had great legs. And just my skin started crawling at that point.
Kansas police are questioning the boyfriend of a missing teen, Kelsey Smith.
At that point, we were thinking she's upset at her boyfriend, John, or John did something to her.
We asked John, did he know anything that might tell us where she had gone? We went pretty hard at John with the questioning.
Because clock's ticking.
But John says he has no idea where she is or why she never showed up for their date that evening.
And then John showed us his phone. We were surprised. I mean, kids don't like to show their phones.
We learned that he was texting Kelsey's phone and trying to get her to answer.
We expected at least something from her saying, not now, or, something to turn him off or shut him down. But there was nothing.
To validate the story, investigators request John's cell phone records, which confirm that he was in fact waiting for Kelsey at her home at the time she went missing.
So that's pretty much what helped us clear John.
Authorities request Kelsey's cell phone records as well.
We wanted to know the last calls that Kelsey had made. Had she talked to somebody? Had somebody called her? So we set out to get her phone records, but we were told they were unavailable because they would require upper management to release them.
And as the wife of a police officer, I just found it unbelievable that I had so many obstacles. The phone was in my name. There was no reason for them to not do it. Just tell me where her phone is. Just where is it?
Next, detectives head to the site of Kelsey's last known location.
The Target store didn't open till, 10 or 11 o'clock on Sunday, the next morning.
So we called Target, and they opened the store for us and let us see the CCTV footage.
We're watching this video on the small computer screen. And we watched Kelsey. She parked and went inside.
So now we know that Kelsey did make it to Target. She was there and she was safe and going about her business, doing her shopping. We see Kelsey walk around the store, collect the items that she was purchasing.
She was on the phone with her mom. She talks to Missy for just a few more seconds, hangs up the phone.
She pays for her items, and we see Kelsey exit the store.
The video shows Kelsey walking out through the doors, and then the next view is the camera in the corner of the parking lot near where her car is parked.
The outside video shows Kelsey walking to her car, putting her items in the passenger side door, and getting in the driver's side door. Then she drives away.
And that's the last time you see the car.
Everything looked normal, just business as usual.
But investigators can't rule out something more sinister.
We couldn't say for sure that we had a missing person taken against their will, or if we just had a young lady who wasn't ready to be found yet.
Will this fleeting glimpse of Kelsey offer any clues to help find her?
We went on with the investigation because we had a girl to find. At the time, the family had already started searching the neighborhood.
We still have no idea where Kelsey is, and that was a really scary feeling. That first day, we all took out flyers and hung them around businesses, going door to door and searching.
Hundreds of volunteers will set out again today, passing out flyers looking for Kelsey.
I kind of just went on autopilot. I was also mostly running on energy drinks and no sleep, and it was a mess.
While the search for Kelsey continues, detectives are busy following up on their next lead.
The next morning, when the Macy's store opened, we obtained their video footage of the parking lot where Kelsey's car had been found late the previous evening. It is VHS tape, so it was pretty poor quality.
It's so grainy and it's dark, and the only light in the picture is the low watt lighting in the parking lot. And then a little bit after 9 p.m., you see the headlights of Kelsey's car coming in and then parks in the dark. Then you see the door open, a figure that you can't exactly make out gets out of the car and walks away.
We could tell that it wasn't Kelsey that got out of that car and walked off camera. You could just see the way they walked. It wasn't the gait of a teenage girl.
Investigators believe the figure is male.
So that was a surprise to us. We were dumbfounded.
After Kansas teenager Kelsey Smith goes shopping, she never returns home to her family. But the day after her disappearance, investigators observe something disturbing. Surveillance footage of an unidentified man parking Kelsey's car 2 hours after she went missing.
So we knew right away that kind of ingrains an acquired sense of suspicion.
Authorities then give added scrutiny to the footage that may contain Kelsey's final moments, in search of any sign of the male figure seen driving Kelsey's car.
My boss was a big tech guy, so we had a big command center with all these big Proxima projectors, and you could blow it up on a wall that was 15 by 12.
Rather than viewing it on a CCTV screen, which is a smaller screen, this time we watched it again with a different perspective. She goes to the store, she comes out the doors, and she's walking to her car. She puts her items in the passenger door and then walks around the back of her car.
We expected to see her get in the car, back out, and drive away, just like we had seen on that small computer screen. Then, just a split second before she shut the door, you saw a flash. The second you saw that flash on the video, I felt that rush. The room got very hot.
At that moment, I believe all of us stopped breathing. You could have heard a pin drop. I remember turning to someone and saying, "Did you see what I saw?" As Kelsey's opening her driver's side door, you see a flash of a figure wearing a white shirt and dark-colored pants come up from behind her. It's very small. It's very hard to see. It's blurry. We believe the blurry figure was forcing Kelsey into her car. We then knew this was much more serious than we thought.
Pardon my French, it was really an oh shit moment. At that point, we realized we had an abduction.
But police still need to figure out who abducted her and why. By piecing together the collection of Kelsey's final moments, investigators hope to uncover what happened.
We went back to the inside Target video and watched it again to see if we could spot anybody wearing a white shirt and dark-colored pants.
We literally watched everything frame by frame. I forget how many hours of footage Target gave us. Hundreds. It was overwhelming.
What we discovered is Kelsey's not all alone inside the store. She's being watched. When Kelsey enters the frame, shortly after you see this male enter the frame behind her, and this happens repeatedly. Every time Kelsey walks down an aisle, you see him walk down the aisle. He's watching her.
You've seen the National Geographic shows where the predator is circling. That's what you see. You see the suspect looking, and he walks past the aisle where Kelsey's at, and he locks. I mean, his head snaps, and he locks. Unfortunately, Kelsey's preoccupied. She's talking on the phone, and she's just not aware of what's going on. He sees Kelsey move towards the checkout lane.
As Kelsey's paying, he exits the store.
The camera angle's perfect as he's walking out the door.
You can tell he's in his 20s. He's got a goatee. At that point, we knew we wanted to identify this person.
I remember Greg and I going to the command center and them showing us the footage.
Once the video actually revealed that it was a kidnapping, it was just like your heart just drops.
The only thing that was really going through my mind was, he knows where my child is. I needed them to find him so I could find her. We were just praying that she's still alive.
An officer, racked by guilt, vows to make amends.
I was only 600 feet away when she was kidnapped.
And Andy thinks that he should have been able to stop it. He's hundreds of yards away.
Critical clues across state lines.
Captain Fredrickson said, you need to brace yourself.
I was shocked, and I think all of us were kind of panicked at that point.
Leading to an explosive encounter with their prime suspect.
He was livid, and that's when he screamed in my face. He said, "This is all you got?"
After combing through surveillance footage, investigators identify a suspicious white male who is following Kelsey Smith and may have even kidnapped her.
Once we identified our suspect, we went to the media to help us find him.
Police are chasing hundreds of leads looking for this man, a person of interest, they say, seen on the same store camera leaving Target moments before Kelsey.
I was shocked, and I think all of us were kind of panicked at that point.
As Kelsey's story quickly becomes national news, one local in the community is working hard to help find her.
I'm Officer Andy Black of the Overland Park, Kansas Police Department. I was the liaison officer for Oak Park Mall, and on the day of this case, I was actually working there off duty. The evening Kelsey disappeared, I was doing the habit of smoking a cigar, taking a break outside the corner of the building, and that's when it happened. I was only 600 feet away when she was kidnapped.
And Andy thinks that he should have been able to stop it. And he's hundreds of yards away. Nobody anywhere expects him to see what's going on and be able to intervene. But to this day, I think he still blames himself.
It weighs heavy on me. I just wish we would have caught him.
Plagued by guilt and determined to find Kelsey, Officer Black volunteers to work the tip line.
As soon as the suspect comes on the TV and throws up the 800 number, we're overwhelmed with a huge amount of calls, but the majority of them weren't valid.
As calls continue to come in, one tip stands out.
We got multiple calls on an individual by the name of Edwin Hall. That name went into the log of all the other names that we had gathered from the TIPS hotline to track down and investigate. The first thing that we do whenever we got a name is we see if we can find a driver's license photo of that person so that we can indeed verify if they match the description of who we're looking for. And Edwin very much matched the description of the person from the Target video. So Edwin Hall was put to the top of the list. He was a local resident with a couple of different addresses on file. We ended up going to an old address that he no longer lived at, so we couldn't find him.
But law enforcement soon homes in on another suspect.
We got several calls calling in to say that that individual resembled someone they knew by the name of Jack. As you can imagine, just having the name Jack in a metro of over 1 million people, that's not necessarily going to be your best lead to track down.
Authorities have 2 potential suspects, but can't track either one of them down. Then, on June 6th, 3 days after Kelsey's kidnapping, investigators catch a break when another tip comes in to Officer Andy Black.
I got a call from a lady, and she said, I know that guy. She told me that he went by the name of Jack, and he lived in the city of Olathe.
Once authorities receive Jack's address, they immediately head to his home. When they arrive, they're surprised by what they find.
As they pulled up, they see this person packing boxes into the back of this vehicle, looking like they're getting ready to leave.
The man confirms that his name is indeed Jack and tells detectives that he was just getting ready to leave with his wife and 4-year-old son on a trip.
We didn't want to take the chance that he was going to skip town.
So at this point, the suspect actually willingly comes into the station.
With the clock ticking, authorities now only hope that they've caught the right suspect.
I got a phone call from my boss saying, hey, this guy, Jack, he's coming in for an interview. I need you back here now. So we were beelining back to the station.
Four days after the abduction of Kansas teenager Kelsey Smith, authorities tracked down a 26-year-old suspect named Jack. When questioned, he reveals something surprising.
As he's being interviewed by investigators, he admits that he goes by the name Jack. That is his nickname that he's given himself.
And then he gave his birth name, Edwin Hall. So that was a surprise to us.
Investigators realized that Edwin Hall is the same person that the tip line had received numerous calls about, and that detectives have been trying to track down.
It all started falling into place as to this was our person that we were looking for.
And then that's when they started with some very pointed questions.
Detective Miller shows Edwin a picture of Kelsey in order to gauge his reaction.
Edwin denied ever seeing Kelsey, but then we showed him the surveillance footage, and at that time he said he's the guy on the video.
While Edwin acknowledges going to the store, he insists he's never seen Kelsey.
So he offered up DNA, fingerprints, anything he could do to help eliminate himself, which was quite surprising. And the county took those fingerprint cards and his DNA swabs.
Despite Hall's willingness to provide evidence, Detective Miller persists.
We went back in, and I basically just put her picture on the table. It was the picture of Kelsey inside Target. And I mentioned to Edwin, I said, so you never saw her? Very attractive young lady, you know, I'd give her a second look, you know, so I kind of went locker room talk with him, and he bit. And he goes, oh, yeah, okay. I saw her. She had great legs. And just my skin started crawling at that point.
He claimed he noticed Kelsey, thought she was pretty, and watched her, but then also claimed he left and never saw her again, doesn't know what happened to her.
And I said, now you're saying you saw her. Why didn't you tell us that before?
But a smug Edwin refuses to answer. In order to charge him, Detective Miller needs more evidence.
I knew he was lying, but he was going to be let go.
In the meantime, investigators catch an unexpected break when a waitress calls the tip line, saying she recognized the man's picture on the news.
She called the police and said, that's the guy. That's the guy that was bothering me in the restaurant. The suspect, he went in there before he kidnapped Kelsey, and he was being real rude to the waitress that really upset her, and the manager asked him to leave the store.
Then the man leaves without paying his bill.
And he did like a dine and dash.
Upon hearing the news, Detective Miller immediately notifies his suspect.
I told Edwin, we're holding on to you. We're gonna book you for the theft. And so they took him downstairs where he was being booked. And Edwin was literally in custody and laughing at us. He said, this is all you got? This is ridiculous. I'll be out in 48 hours.
Meanwhile, across town, investigators are following up on a critical new lead.
As soon as Kelsey was reported missing, we immediately started requesting her cell phone records from the wireless carrier, but we were told they were unavailable. We continued to request the records, but it was 3 days before we got them. Once we did finally get her cell phone records, what we saw was the texts that John was sending to Kelsey's phone the evening she went missing. Those texts pinged off of the cell phone towers and proved to be a road map. We tracked Kelsey's cell phone pings down the highway in Kansas and into the Missouri side of the metro area. The final ping on her phone was in a wooded area known as Longview Lake. It's a public park where people go to, hike and walk their dogs. And so that's where we concentrated our search for her.
45 minutes into their search, they make a gruesome discovery when they find a female body that was hidden from view.
She was covered with branches. Her clothes had been taken off. She had a nylon belt around her neck. It appeared as if she'd been strangled with that belt.
Although they'll need a DNA test to be sure, the body fits Kelsey's physical description.
Then we realized that she's been the victim of a homicide. So now we go into full investigative mode of building our case.
Investigators have just discovered the body of a young woman, matching the description of missing teen Kelsey Smith. The Overland Park police then alert Kelsey's family.
We got a phone call that day on June 6th about 2 o'clock in the afternoon that said, hey, we need to come talk to you guys from the police. And I said, okay. So we met him out in the driveway as soon as they got to the house.
Captain Fredrickson said, you need to brace yourself.
They told us that they'd recovered Kelsey and that she was dead.
And I just started screaming, not my Kels, not my Kels. But it was my Kels.
DNA testing later confirms the family's worst fears. The victim is Kelsey Smith.
Once we realized that she's been the victim of a homicide, we knew that we had a very viable suspect in Edwin Hall, who was being interviewed by investigators at the same time.
Shortly after getting the news that Kelsey's body has been discovered, the lab sends Detective Miller some pressing new evidence.
When Edwin was on his way out to the county jail for the theft, I had to run down to the car and stop him. They matched his thumbprint on the back of the driver's seatbelt buckle in Kelsey's car. I let Edwin know that he was now going to be charged with kidnapping and murder. And that's when he screamed in my face. He was livid.
The next few days were just a blur. We were heartbroken, but there was also kind of relief that we had actually found her.
After Edwin is arrested, the examination of Kelsey's body revealed that she had been sexually assaulted. They ruled the cause of death as being by strangulation. Edwin was charged with murder in the first degree. He was also charged with rape and sodomy. It wasn't until a year and a half later that we go to trial. Edwin decides to plead guilty to the charges in order to avoid the death penalty.
As part of the plea, Hall agrees to answer some lingering questions.
It was a long time coming for the family to learn what happened to Kelsey during her last moments that night. What he told us was that after he sees Kelsey, then from that moment on, he was hunting her.
We ended up finding out it was kind of a violent takeover. He rushes in with this pistol and shoves it in the back of her neck. And his words to her was, if you cooperate, I won't harm you. I just need you to drive.
A terrified Kelsey complies, not realizing her life would soon come to an end.
Edwin Hall was sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole.
Justice had been served. I'm very grateful to everybody that worked the case because they all did a great job.
With the murder case behind him, Greg will forever cherish the time he spent with his daughter just hours before she disappeared.
June 2nd, 2007 started out as a fantastic day. I had all the kids and we went to a festival every year called Old Shawnee Days. So we spent the day there riding the rides. Kelsey had convinced us to get on the Ferris wheel. And her sister, Lindsay's like screaming and covering her face. Kelsey would turn around and look at me and just laugh. And so, you know, we had a great time. And so that was the last trip. That was the last time we were all together before she was killed.
As for Megan, she'll always miss her best friend.
Getting married was really hard without Kelsey. And literally right before I walked down the aisle, Missy brought me this little charm thing to hang on my bouquet that had pictures of me and Kelsey on either side. And then I ugly cried really hard. She's like, no, like, don't do that. So she was definitely incorporated.
Missy will always be grateful for the moment she shared with Kelsey just before she disappeared.
And I was fortunate enough to talk to Kels. She was at Target. She's getting this gift for John. I said, I love you. And that's the last words that I ever spoke to her.
Sometimes I just wish I could talk to her.
I miss her. I know she knows that we miss her.
I'm videotaping myself eating cake. Because I'm just that fabulous.
Yes. If you please know where my daughter is, any information, please.
We definitely had to entertain the possibility that this young girl was abducted and taken quickly out towards I-95.
My heart couldn't take it. It was horrifying.
She was able to provide investigators with 2 photos of Danielle.
In the reflection of the eyeglasses, you can see other people. So it's actually an incredibly valuable piece of evidence.
Now this is starting a lot of more questions than answers.
What police find is a shovel, and there was something on there that looked like blood.
"15-year-old Danielle Locklear is enjoying a yearly tradition. Spending her summer with her grandparents and extended family in the quaint town of Hope Mills, North Carolina.
Danielle and I, we was really close. My name is Darlene Hegel. Danielle Locklear is my granddaughter. And she cared a lot about me, and we did a lot of things together. Go down to the church. The church was always in it because that's, what we did.
My name is Chena Papa, and I am Danielle's aunt. She loved to make videos and tutorials. Anything that involved some creativity, she can do it. She really loved baking cakes, that's for sure. Well, I was like, wow, how did you learn how to do this? And her cakes were delicious.
I'm videotaping myself eating cake. Because I'm just that fabulous.
Yes. It was just like a little home away from home. She had a good time coming to visit for the summer.
That summer, Danielle meets a young man who is familiar to her family. 17-year-old Jamichael Malloy.
We've seen him over the years at the church. I've seen him when he was a kid, and then one day see him, he's like a handsome teenager.
Once I seen that they seemed to be getting along well and liking each other, I felt that, oh, this is a good thing.
When the summer comes to an end, it's time for Danielle to return home to her mother, Rona, and stepfather in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. But there's a problem.
When it was time for her to go back, she didn't want to go back because she had a love interest. And she was like, please, Grandma, I want to stay.
Adding to Danielle's desire is the fact that her mother and stepfather are going through a painful divorce. So Danielle's mother agrees to let her stay in Hope Mills.
She came to live with us, and we were all open arms. She enrolls in Southview High School in Hope Mills, which is like right behind our neighborhood.
While Jamichael starts his senior year 14 miles away in Fayetteville, Danielle settles into her freshman year.
I met Danielle when she had just came to the school, and we just clicked instantly. Danielle is the most kind person, very outgoing. She could make a friend instantly. You could definitely spot her from a crowd. That was what all guys talked about in school, is how beautiful she was. But she was very much in love with Jamichael. She really thought that that was it for her.
Later that school year, on the morning of Tuesday, March 11th, Danielle's grandmother and Aunt Sheena are preparing to go out of town, leaving Danielle with her grandfather for the night.
It was kind of a busy morning for myself and my mother. We were about to go to Atlanta, Georgia for a doctor's visit, and Danielle usually is out the house by 8 o'clock in the morning, rushing off to school.
But that morning, Danielle is running late.
I remember looking at her, and I said, okay, bye, Danielle. She said, bye, Grandma. And I just seen the side of her face, and then she was gone. I had no idea that was going to be the last time I would see Danielle.
That evening, hours after Danielle returned from school, at around 9:45, she asks her grandfather if she can run a quick errand.
He said he remembers seeing her come up beside his shoulder and say, Papa, I need to take this binder to my friend up the street. Is it okay? He said, oh, okay, yeah, just come right back. Just simple as that.
But an hour later, Danielle hasn't returned home.
The grandfather said that he's calling the phone, she's not answering, going to voicemail, so he starts driving around Hope Mills looking for Danielle, and he can't find her. The grandfather said that he hesitated calling the police because he always believed that you had to wait 24 hours to report someone missing. Finally, at 3 in the morning, he gave up, went back to sleep, hoped that by the morning she would have come home.
When he wakes up, he begins to panic.
I got a phone call down in Atlanta from my husband, and he said that it's been a while now and she never came back to the house. I'm all nervous at that point, so we started getting our things together real quick to come back home.
Danielle's grandmother instructs her husband to call the police and then rushes to return to Hope Mills.
When we reach Hope Mills, the police are already there.
I'm Detective Joshua Hamilton, and I was assigned to be the lead investigator on the Danielle Locklear case. The grandfather was questioned by responding officers. So Danielle was said to be going to Alexis, who's a friend of hers she goes to school with. She was taking a book to drop off at her house.
But before investigators head to Alexis's house, Aunt Sheena reveals that she knows where Danielle may be. Her hunch stems from an odd encounter she had with her niece 2 days before she went missing.
It was becoming dark, and Danielle is running past the driveway toward the door and caught me off guard because she's never really out at nighttime. And I say, well, where are you coming from? Out of breath she was. She's like, oh, I'm coming from the back of the neighborhood. There's like a creek back there, and all the kids have been trying to get me to go hang out. The first thing that comes to my mind is this creek area. Maybe she's hanging out back there or something.
Officers did respond down to the creek with Sheena. They canvassed that area with her. We did not know at the time that's where a large group of teenagers would congregate.
I'm seeing, like, you know, some kids' notebooks back there, just like things where you could tell teenagers had been back there hanging out.
However, there are no active signs of Danielle or anyone else. But as the group are leaving the site, Danielle's Aunt Sheena spots something.
And I look down and I see her night sock. Little fuzzy striped gray and black and white sock. And it's balled up. And I know it's hers because, you know, I bought these socks. And I tell the police, I said, you know, this is something that she wears around the house.
It's weird that this particular sock would be found at the creek, especially if it's something that Danielle would only wear at night. Which brings up the question, had Danielle been to the creek that night she disappeared?
Danielle's inner world revealed.
I remember her texting me in gym class, and she just started bawling instantly.
She's really distressed about this, and she had a lot going on for a 15-year-old.
And classmates point the finger at a former student.
The other kids had told the police she had rejected him and that maybe he had something to do with her disappearance.
She seemed like a goody-goody, and good-goodies have a bad habit of snitching.
The day after 15-year-old Danielle Locklear goes missing, while searching a creek, her aunt discovers a sock that Danielle only wore at night.
We treated it as an item of evidence and secured it.
The family then makes a painful call to Danielle's mom.
We called my daughter, Rona. She was still at Myrtle Beach. Told her that Danielle didn't come home. And she said, what do you mean she didn't come home? What do you mean, where's she at? All this kind of stuff. And so everybody was dumbfounded.
Can't sleep, you can't eat, you can't think. Now, there's so many different things that could have happened to her.
By the time we were looking for her, she could be anywhere.
Danielle's mom rushes to Hope Mills, while police visit Alexis, the friend Danielle told her grandfather she was visiting the previous night.
Alexis told investigators that Danielle had not come to her house during the nighttime hours the night before. Her friend was not even aware that Danielle was coming to her house, which kind of shocked us. Now we don't know where she went.
Detectives wonder, why did Danielle lie to her grandfather about where she went that night? Alexis goes on to tell police that she did spend time with Danielle earlier that afternoon, at a place now familiar to investigators.
She had seen Danielle the day before at the creek during school hours.
So quickly found out that she actually skipped part of the day and went to the creek. So now this is starting a lot of more questions than answers.
Alexis was able to provide investigators with 2 photos taken from the creek the day before. Danielle seemed to be enjoying herself. She was smiling. These images were, final images of Danielle that we're aware of.
As I'm looking at pictures of Danielle, she has like some glasses on. If you look, there's like four people in the background.
In the reflection of the eyeglasses, you can see other people. And it just takes a matter of moments to figure out who those people are. So it's actually an incredibly valuable piece of evidence.
Investigators consider if the afternoon at the creek is somehow connected to Danielle's disappearance.
Establishing what exactly transpired at the creek was super, super important. We had to figure that out pretty quick.
Detectives then set out to identify and interview all of the teens that were present. One of the first they interview is Danielle's friend, Caroline. She tells them that 2 days before her disappearance, a heartbroken Danielle shared some stunning news.
I remember her texting me in gym class, and I went to go see her, and she just started bawling instantly, which is not her characteristic at all. She told me about Jamichael and that he had cut things off with her and that she was really upset. And she started asking me about the creek and where I go when I skip. And I was like, do you want to see it? And then we went down there and we just joked around for a little bit.
That evening, Danielle encountered her Aunt Sheena when she returned home. The next afternoon, the day Danielle went missing, she and Caroline stealthily returned.
The next day, we spent the day there. I remember it being sunny and warm. There's probably at least 6 kids down there. We had laid out like beach towels and blankets. She was just laughing the whole time. Like I didn't think she was sad anymore at all. That was the last time I saw Danny, my final day with her. I just feel like that was a good day to have with her. If I had to pick a last day with somebody, I mean, that was a good one.
Danielle was able to burn up about an hour and a half, 2 hours of her day down there at the creek with her friends before she kind of snuck back onto the school property and walked back in undetected.
After school, Danielle went home before heading out later that evening. Detectives wonder if Danielle didn't visit Alexis that night. Did she meet up with Jamichael?
Once we established that she did have a boyfriend, we wanted to talk to him as well.
Jamichael tells the police that Danielle was having such a hard time with the breakup that she kept bugging Jamichael, and he said he had to block her from his phone. So he hadn't talked to her in days.
Detectives then ask where he was on the night Danielle went missing.
Jamichael tells investigators that he was at home with his friend, Dominic. Those two were tight. I mean, they were like brothers. But he hadn't left the house and he was there all night. Investigators asked for consent to do a forensic analysis of his phone and the contents within it. He surrendered that phone to us with no problems. That extra step to reassure us that he didn't know where she was.
As they sift through the messages on Jamichael's phone, they make a shocking discovery.
Several days before she went missing, she was saying to him that she had taken a test and was in fact pregnant with this baby.
Messages concerning her pregnancy raised a lot of alarms. We had to assume that she is pregnant and we're looking for a pregnant teenager.
It was obvious that there was a lot of anger, and Jamichael didn't believe that Danielle was pregnant. So this seems to be something that they were fighting about.
Did Jamichael's anger spill over the night Danielle disappeared? When they locate the texts from that evening, however, they discover something else.
Police learned from Jamichael's phone that he was home that night, texting with other girls. Looks like he was home all night, as he said he was.
To Danielle's family, the turmoil in her personal life comes as a surprise.
So I didn't really hear anything about any of the pregnancy scare stuff. When I found out that she was thinking about being sexually active, I immediately took her to the doctors to get her put on birth control. But she didn't really seem like there was that much that was bothering her.
In hopes of unearthing new clues, detectives file a subpoena for Danielle's cell data. Then, they retrace her steps from the day she went missing, starting with her walk from school to the creek.
Investigators discovered the camera aiming at the sidewalk, which leads to the trail to the creek.
This surveillance video of Danielle is proof of what Danielle was doing that day before she disappeared.
In March, a few days before Danielle disappeared, she and her aunt threw a birthday party for her uncle.
My husband was turning 65, and I got together with Danielle and asked if she would bake the cake. And she said yes. She was really excited about that. So the day arose. Everyone was enjoying themselves. My husband loved the cake. The cake was delicious. And really, it just breaks my heart because that was the last time that I seen her.
Two days after she is reported missing, investigators review security footage of Danielle on the day she vanished.
It was certainly of interest to investigators at that point because it was earlier in the day that she went missing later that evening. Danielle was seen walking toward the creek. It captured her stopping, putting her head down, kind of putting her head in her hands as if she may have been upset or thinking about something. And then she moves out of view.
Police are also learning that she is absolutely heartbroken about her breakup with Jamichael Malloy. It's possible that Danielle may have thought that she was pregnant. She had a lot going on for a 15-year-old.
I don't think we'll ever know exactly what was going through her mind, but, it's obvious something's there.
Then investigators get another critical clue when the location data from her cell phone comes through.
When we started to receive those records to see what her movements were the night she went missing, it showed her in that area of her residence, and then it showed her heading towards I-95. It started going north, roughly about 8 miles before it cut off.
Danielle's phone last pinged a cell tower at 10:40 p.m. Investigators combed that area for Danielle's cell phone to no avail. But the location data presents them with a new theory of her disappearance.
It told a story of leaving Hope Mills in a very, very fast manner, faster than one could walk. She had to have been in a vehicle. At that point, we definitely had to entertain the possibility that this young girl was abducted walking down the road and taken quickly out, towards I-95.
We'd gotten the federal authorities and FBI involved. We were able, from social media, from pictures of the family, to get descriptions as well as photographs of Danielle out there and really try to push them out.
Just a few days after she's reported missing, Danielle's disappearance makes national news.
Basically, every news channel, everywhere you could possibly put news that was Danny's face.
I want my baby to come home. That's my baby girls. No one knows what a mother goes through when I feel like my heart is ripped out. If you please know where my daughter is, any information, please. Tell her to come home. Or Danielle, if you see this, come home, baby. I love you.
Danielle's ex-boyfriend also joins the efforts to find her.
Jermichael was right there in the huddle with us, looking for, making the plan, where we're gonna go, what we're gonna search, who we're gonna talk to next. We did everything within our power, making phone calls, calling friends, making flyers, sending faxes. Our attitude was that, do whatever's necessary to find her. And we're praying and hoping that you find her alive.
While the search for Danielle continues across the United States, detectives continue to interview classmates who were at the creek the day Danielle disappeared. And one of them points to a former student with a questionable past.
Investigators learned about Derek through another individual. He told us about Derek, how, he potentially had something to do with her disappearance.
The other kids had told the police that Derek maybe was interested in Danielle and that maybe she had rejected him and that maybe he had something to do with her disappearance.
Detective suspicions are raised when they learn that Derek lives near the area where Danielle's cell phone last pinged.
We took him to the sheriff's office voluntarily. We felt that several things he told us, they didn't sit easy with us.
Investigators are questioning a former student who lives in the area where Danielle Locklear's phone last pinged.
The best way to describe Derek is he's kind of like the school truant. Has been expelled a few times, but he still hangs out with the kids from the high school. And Derek was at the creek on the day that Danielle was there.
Let me ask you something. Was Danny hot?
Well, yeah, she was a very beautiful girl.
Was you infatuated with her? You kind of have like a secret crush?
No, she seemed a little too preppy. She seemed like a goody-goody. And honestly, I don't hang out with goody-goodies. Goody-goodies have a bad habit of snitching. I ain't gonna lie. I do illegal things, and I know I do.
Derek was unique in the fact that he was very outspoken. He admits to not liking her, that she's too preppy. That's not his cup of tea. He made it clear that, he does illegal things. We don't hear that very often.
Let's put Derek's posturing aside. Let's look at the facts. Where was Derek on the night that Danielle disappeared?
When questioned on his whereabouts during the hours of 8:30 p.m. to 12:30 the next morning, Derek says he was at his father's house.
Around 8:30, my dad left to go to a pool tournament. I stayed on the computer, job searching. Between Facebook, job searching, and TV, that's what I was doing all night.
He was alone for those hours, which is also very suspicious. There's no one else in the home with him.
Derek is certainly someone that has raised investigator suspicion at this point.
Detectives then turn to the location of the final cell ping from Danielle's phone.
But we know where Danielle's phone was. Okay, what area her phone was. It's out there around your house, in that general area. Okay, I'm not saying it's right at your house, but in the general area. And that was Tuesday night, 22:45, which would be 10:45. I'm asking you, was she alive when she left that area out there around your house?
I have no idea, I didn't see her.
You're telling me you have no knowledge whatsoever of what happened to Danielle Locklear?
No, sir.
But police aren't convinced Derek is telling the truth.
Police decide they're going to take this a little bit deeper. Police get a search warrant and they search Derek's house.
We do a search of that property based on the information provided.
While examining the property, investigators immediately observe something alarming.
What police find is a shovel. And there was something on there that looked like blood.
The shovel appeared to have what we thought was blood on it. So, we ran some tests on it.
But when the police took the shovel in for forensic examination, they determined that it was not blood on the shovel.
So at this point, there was nothing tying Derek directly to Danielle's disappearance.
People tried to say that Derek had done something to her or hurt her in some way. A lot of very mean things that he did not deserve.
We reached a point, where we couldn't rule him out, but we couldn't corroborate what he's saying to us. We didn't have enough to keep moving forward with him. So we regrouped and started to pick up where the evidence left off again.
Then, on April 2nd, 22 days after Danielle disappeared, an off-duty police officer discovers something concerning off a bridge about 20 miles outside of Hope Mills. He immediately calls 911.
Is there a deputy close by with a pair of binoculars so I can make sure there's not a body in the water?
On April 2nd, 3 weeks after Danielle disappeared, an off-duty cop calls 911 for assistance.
Is there a deputy close by with a pair of binoculars so I can make sure there's not a body in the water?
Okay, I just got up with Edward 6. As soon as he cleared his call, he could be en route to you.
Once he got the binoculars, he was able to see that it was, in fact, a body in the river.
Detectives race to the scene.
When the body was pulled from the water, I recognized personally the shirt that was on the body as being the shirt that Danielle was pictured wearing at the creek. It was heartbreaking. We knew at some point we were going to have to tell her family that the worst outcome possible was now a reality.
When Danielle's body was recovered from the water, there was a center block tied around her waist that was tied with yellow rope. There was also another center block tied around her feet, again with yellow rope.
The cinder blocks were of the coarse gravel. They were definitely an older cinder block. They weren't like the crushed fine concrete you see typically in today's cinder blocks.
Once police receive a positive identification from the medical examiner, they notify Danielle's family.
It was very hard. It was hard. It was a hard day.
At that point, my heart couldn't take it. I couldn't take it. It was horrifying.
I just kept thinking, this can't be real. Like, this is like the worst thing that could possibly have happened. I just felt like I could never really believe it in my mind that she was gone.
As Danielle's family and friends begin to mourn, detectives get to work. The medical examiner concludes that Danielle had been strangled. And they find something else.
It also noted that there was a sock that had been stuffed into her mouth.
It's a match to the night sock Aunt Sheena found on the creek trail weeks earlier.
The sock was listed as part of the death. The medical examiner could not rule out the actual mechanism for her death. Was it strangulation or was it the sock? Only thing they could say was it was from both.
The other important fact that the medical examiner is able to provide is that Danielle Locklear was not pregnant. It's possible that Danielle may have thought that she was pregnant at a certain time, but she was not pregnant when she was killed.
Detectives theorize that Danielle was murdered at the creek, and her body was disposed in the river about 20 miles away. To investigators, the location of the disposal site seems significant.
The South River, where Danielle was found, is a little under a mile from Jamichael Malloy's residence.
Despite his alibi, Jamichael is now the focus of the investigation.
It only added to my suspicion, based on everything to that point, that he had everything to do with this, and we were going to chase down every bit of evidence we could to make sure that we could hold him responsible.
Detectives prepare a search warrant for his house and bring him into the station for questioning.
Jamichael willingly comes in. His mother goes with him because she's now really worried.
It don't look good. That body, really, how did it get down there? Somebody could be trying to frame you.
They have to prove that. I love you too much. Be okay.
Investigators press Jamichael on his involvement in Danielle's murder.
You think I'm a smart kid? Yeah, I do think you're a smart kid. Why in the world would I put her down the street and around the corner? Because more often than not, that's what people do. You know, based on my experience, they tend to not want to leave their comfort zone. Y'all seen y'all ping my phone and seen I was at home, so.
Investigators then inform the Malloys that officers are searching their home.
We have cooperated to the full. But now that you're searching my house, we're going to use our attorney.
Yes, ma'am. You ready for my home?
Yes, sir. Right now.
I'm going to go there.
While Jamichael is being interrogated at the police station, other officers are searching his property. And they find something unbelievable. Cinder blocks that match exactly to the cinder blocks that were tied around Danielle's body. At his home, in the soil, they find the indentation, the marks left from the cinder blocks that had been there and had been removed. Then they find rope, very similar to the kind that had been tied around Danielle's body. Obviously, cops are trying to get a confession out of Jamichael. They're putting the evidence on the table and saying, Jamichael, it had to have been you. The cops think this is the aha moment, but Jamichael doesn't crack. He doesn't confess. He is so calm.
Jamichael's best friend, Dominic Locke, is also brought in for questioning, but he refuses to speak with detectives.
Everything points to Jamichael, but we don't have the probable cause to go ahead and charge him. We wrapped it up, let him go on his way, and told him we're going to see you again. This ain't over.
Four days after denying he had anything to do with Danielle's murder, Jamichael Malloy tells police he's ready to talk again. Jamichael explains that on the night of the murder, he and his friend Dominic drove to Danielle's home.
I was like, all right, I'm ready to get this pregnancy thing done. So I had took my wallet and I threw it against her window.
To get out of the house, Danielle told her grandfather that she needed to drop off a notebook at her friend's house.
She came out and everything. She got in the car and we went to the creek. We sat down and talked for a while. And she was cursing me out, still being mean to me. And I'm just trying to shove it off. And she was supposed to take a pregnancy test in front of me. I told her, no matter what, if you're pregnant or not, I'm gonna do what I gotta do. If this is my kid, DNA proven and everything. But I'm not gonna be with you. and that's when she snapped on me. She punched me in my face. She slapped me and jumped on top of me and got all over me and stuff.
According to Jamichael, in the middle of their alleged fight, he snapped.
All I remember was I grabbed her, I was choking her. I was wiped out. Next thing I knew, she wasn't breathing. And I freaked out.
Jamichael says he goes up to where Dominic is, waiting by the car, and explains that he's just killed Danielle and says, Dominic, you've got to help me. Dominic and Jamichael walk back down to the creek where Danielle's body is, and they start to pick her up and carry her back.
The sock that Sheena found likely fell off along the way. According to Jamichael, Dominic shoved the remaining sock into her mouth.
Why would he do that? She was making a noise. Yeah, but if I could nurse her, nobody would hear it. And Dominic got in the car. Drove her back to my house. I went and got the rope and the cinder block and tied her up, put her in the car, threw her over the side into the river.
With his confession on record, Jamichael Malloy and Dominic Locke are arrested and charged with second-degree murder.
It was terrible. I mean, to get that information, and we had been searching about a month, having Jamichael with us during those searches, saying, have you heard anything? Oh, I pray that she's okay, and we'll find her. All of these things, all the time knowing exactly where she was.
Jamichael betrayed us as a family. He knew that she was precious to us and that we would never stop looking for her. To go and pick her lifeless body up and toss her in the river like she was nothing. Not one time did you say, oh my God, I made a terrible mistake. I've got to call for help.
In a tragic twist, investigators suspect that Danielle lied to Jamichael about being pregnant in order to gain his attention. But one question remains: the texts from Jamichael's phone that placed him at home the night of Danielle's murder.
A specialist in phone analysis was able to uncover that Jamichael had used a texting app where you could schedule your phone to send out text at a future time. And so he had left his phone at his house, but yet his phone was still sending text to friends as if he was still at his house.
In May of 2016, Jamichael Malloy pleads guilty to second-degree murder. At his sentencing, he turns to speak to Danielle's heartbroken family.
There's nothing I can do there or I can say that's going to bring her back. But I do want to apologize for the actions that I made.
He is sentenced to 25 to 31 years in prison. Dominic Locke pleads guilty to accessory after the fact and is sentenced to 6 to 8 years behind bars.
You never get over something like this. You learn to live with it. My sister is never going to be the same. Danielle was more than a niece to me, and I'm just thankful for those years I shared with her.
Years later, friends and family still cherish their final moments with Danielle.
Danny was just a great person to be around, and I don't think I can ever forget the person she was. You'd think after years and years, and it being high school, it would fade a little bit. I always thought it would. I would get older and I would get over it. But Danny was too much of a good person and a bright person and such a positive energy in life that you can't forget that.
When she left the house that day, she said, okay, bye-bye, Grandma. I said, okay, bye-bye. It was real quick, like that. And as she was going out the door, she's like, "I love you, Grandma." I'm forever grateful to her. And I thank the Lord every day for letting me have that moment, that last moment with her. And I always love her.
When they showed the story on the news, I started screaming. I had to literally get up and walk away from the television.
He was the brother I didn't have but always wanted, and I didn't have him for long enough.
It's very rare, obviously, to get surveillance footage of an actual murder.
They don't get any money. They didn't gain anything out of what they did. It was just senseless.
The trail became cold, and we were desperate for a lead.
Investigators wanted to dust the counter for prints, but everybody that comes in there could touch that counter.
The culprits are either going to mess up or somebody gets in trouble and wants a deal to help.
It's fall 2004 in Richland County, a sprawling region in the center of South Carolina. 24-year-old Willard Grandstaff is hard at work at the Kangaroo Express convenience store.
He worked all the time. It seemed like he never had a day off. I'm Lexi Reister, and I'm Will's cousin. Will ran the cash register at the Kangaroo. He cleaned and front-faced the shelves. He would stock the coolers. He would count the safe down and make sure the drawers were whatever their drawers were supposed to be. When Will did anything, he always did it wholeheartedly. He was a little bit of a workaholic. He never complained about the store, and he never complained about going into work. It's like the store became a friend to him. My mom and my dad were managers, and they ended up training Will. The only thing I can ever remember is Will at the Kangaroo. He worked at the Kangaroo literally his whole adult life.
When Willard isn't working, he enjoys spending time with his close-knit family.
There's about a 16-year age difference. He was just out of high school when I was turning 3. So I remember doing the little sister bugging him thing. Will and I lived with my parents and my aunt, Will's mom. Will's mother is one of the sweetest women ever. She practically raised me. I called her Mama Sue for the longest time. She's still my Mama Sue at heart.
At a young age, Sue began overcoming adversity when she was diagnosed with a severe hearing disability.
From the time I was a very young girl, I always felt isolated because of the fact that I couldn't hear. So I taught myself how to read. Disability was not well known until I turned 18.
In April of 1980, Sue's world gets a new addition when she welcomes her first child, Willard.
He was born at 11:57 a.m. on April 6th, which was Easter Sunday, 1980. We were close-knit. He was funny. He was always the child that anytime I said no, he couldn't do this, couldn't do that, they went ahead and did it anyway.
He was a very sweet, a very friendly, mostly introverted person. He liked just the little geeky things, the video games. He did read the Harry Potter books as they came out. He was a huge nerd.
In 1996, at the age of 16, Willard and his family moved to South Carolina.
I am Robert Cribb. I got to know Willard Grandstaff at high school in the spring of 1996. I was coming out of my class one day, and I saw this boy standing there, and I said, I'm going over and speak to him. He looks like something's bugging him. So I walked up to him, and he said, Hi, I'm Willard Grandstaff. Can I have lunch with you? That's how we became good friends, and we became inseparable.
As the friendship evolves, Robert comes to Willard's defense.
Just before the bell rang for us to go into the class, me and Will were standing there talking, and a bully just come up to him and just shove him. Well, I went to the nearest assistant principal, and I told him, I said, it needs to stop.
The bullying continues, so Willard finds solace in his favorite pastime.
He loved martial arts. Him and I would get together, and he would show me different martial arts moves that he knew. Him and I would study our martial arts.
He'd have gone toe-to-toe with anybody that threatened us. He was very protective, so if you mattered to him, he would definitely protect you at all costs.
During his senior year, Willard begins working at the Kangaroo Express.
He took pride in the store. He made a lot of friends. He knew a lot of the customers that came in during the 11 to 7 shift. He took pride in knowing some of the customers by name.
Oh, he loved it. I would go in there and help him stack the totes up outside, and then we'd sit in a chair and carry on conversation all night long.
While working at the gas station, Willard dreams about what the future holds.
He was waiting for the winter session of the community college to start. He was going to sign up.
When he got paid, he would put money aside to save for his tuition. He wanted to go to Midlands Tech and become a computer engineer. Will had plans to better himself.
One evening in late September, Willard prepares for his standard overnight shift at the Kangaroo Express.
I took him to work that night. Will never did like to drive. I didn't mind driving him to work. I guess that's a happy memory that I can hang on to.
Sue drops off her son, unaware that this is the last time she will see him alive.
I'm Investigator Brian Metz from the Richland County Sheriff's Office. Just after midnight, the morning of September the 28th, 2004, two ladies had stopped to get gas at the Kangaroo station on Garners Ferry Road. And they found the clerk on the floor. With blood around his head.
Critical clues buried in Willard's final moments.
The accomplice was laying in wait. They knew he was somewhere.
An inside tip suggests a surprising motive.
To go take that next step into murder is unusual.
It's starting to look like there was some type of beef or argument with Willard.
And an unlikely witness unlocks the crime.
In this particular case, he was at one tip that possibly changes everything.
On September 27th, 2004, while 24-year-old Willard Grandstaff prepared for work, he spoke to his best friend in one of his final moments.
I told him, I said, Will, you don't need to go to work. I got a funny feeling something's going to happen. I don't like Will to be out working after dark because I don't trust people out there. He said, Robert, I have to go to work. There's nobody that can work my shift for me. But Willard didn't have a lazy bone in his body. Well, I couldn't talk him out of it, and he went to work. He said, I'll call you at 12:30 a.m. to let you know that I made it to work safe. Well, 12 midnight come, 12:30 came. I'm laying in the bed waiting for the call. My phone never rings.
While Cribb waited to hear from Willard, Richland County Sheriff's officers responded to the 911 call from the Kangaroo Express.
I'm J. Stan Smith, Deputy Chief of the Richland County Sheriff's Department's Criminal Investigative Division. The individuals were obviously in a state of shock, what they had seen when they arrived at the store. But they immediately called 911, and we had EMS summoned to the scene, looking for signs of life. But the individual had passed away. Crime scene investigators became involved at that point.
The sergeant on duty briefed myself and spoke to the two people who had reported it. After that, we began the investigation. So when we go inside, we see the clerk on the floor in front of the counter and blood around his head and what appeared to be a gunshot wound to his head. A wound like that looks like it's pretty close up. You know, we're talking point blank. There could be a lot of explanations for that. Maybe somebody was mad at him. Did somebody have a big beef with him or hatred for him?
The victim had identification on him, and we were able to make contact with the management of the store relatively quickly. So we confirmed his identity through management.
We were able to identify that the clerk was Willard Grandstaff. Willard's uncle was manager at the store, and he assisted us while we were there. It's never good to have a person as young as Willard die. It's never easy on a family when something like this happens.
I busted out crying and screaming and yelling and hitting everybody that came anywhere near me because I didn't want.
But I knew he wasn't coming home.
To piece together what happened to Willard, investigators and crime scene technicians processed the scene.
Some of the display racks in front of the counter had been knocked over. It appeared it had been some type of struggle. The crime scene unit informed us that they had found a .380 caliber shell casing.
The shell casing, that's very significant in any investigation because, first of all, it tells you what gun you're looking for, and then ultimately, if you recovered a weapon, you could match it ballistically to the shell casing.
After bagging the casing, investigators spot something in the storeroom.
It's very rare to get surveillance footage of an actual murder. A convenience store would be a good opportunity where you do have surveillance video to show thefts and things of that nature. In this particular instance, there was video, and so the efforts were made to collect and secure the surveillance video, hoping that it would shed light on the identities of the perpetrators.
We could see that Willard was doing cleanup in the store and then had gone to the back of the store to stock the coolers. He was busy doing his job. Shortly before midnight, two males come in, larger male and a smaller male. Both of them are dressed in darker clothes. Their faces are covered. Both of them are carrying handguns. The larger male is an African-American male. The other one was hard to tell, not enough skin showing. He could have been a light-skinned African-American. He could have been white.
The two suspects separated in the store. The accomplice was over behind a rack. They obviously did not see Willard when they first came in. They knew he was somewhere, and they figured he would emerge.
So the lighter-skinned male goes behind the counter to the cash register, and then there was like a back office. He looked like he was looking probably for the clerk. The heavier-set male stands in front of the counter, I guess more like a lookout.
Police continue watching as the masked gunman move through the store before Willard suddenly emerges.
Willard seemed to be pretty calm. The heavy-set male started demanding money from him and telling him to put his hands on the counter. So Willard refuses to do what he says and gets struck by the heavier-set male. The other male then comes from behind the counter, jumps over the counter, and basically falls, knocking over some things. And then Willard is able to get back to his feet.
Give me the money! No! Give me the money!
They are sort of incredulous as to his refusal.
Give me the money! No! No! You heard me, no!
And that's when the shooter takes a look out the front door. And shoots Willard in the head. The two immediately turned to the door and walked out. They didn't run out, they walked out. It was sort of an impulse reaction, sort of like, I'm going to show you type thing is the impression I got from looking at the video. Willard was very brave to do what he did. You don't know the mindset of the person holding the gun. They're desperate. They're unpredictable. Willard was a true innocent victim. He was minding his own business. He had a job. He was trying to contribute to society. He didn't deserve to have this happen to him.
While rewatching Willard's final moments, Metz catches a glimpse of something of interest through the store window.
Shortly after they leave, you can see an older model pickup ride through the front parking lot right past the front door. We thought that might not be coincidence.
When reviewing surveillance footage of Willard Grandstaff's murder, investigators spot a truck leaving the scene. Could this vehicle be the key to identifying the killers?
It was believed it could be the suspect vehicle because of the short time between it circling through and the two suspects entering the store. So in the absence of other information, we had to believe that that truck was in play.
It's almost too good to be true that it's a coincidence that they just happened to ride through at that point.
As detectives collect information on the pickup truck, they notice something intriguing at the beginning of the encounter.
I am Rita Schuler, retired special agent with the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division. Another very important thing that the investigators saw was when the slender guy jumped over the counter, he jumped and his palm touched the counter. And they figured, oh, we may be able to dust the counter and get a palm print that we could possibly lead back to him.
And we processed the counter area very deliberately in hopes that would produce a latent print or DNA that would help solve this case.
While awaiting results from forensics, something about this crime isn't sitting right with investigator Metz.
The one thing that got me was just the callousness of the way he was shot. It was totally uncalled for. There was no reason behind this.
After they shoot Willard, they leave the store. They don't get any money. They didn't gain anything out of what they did. It was just senseless.
The close-range nature of the shooting leads Metz to reconsider an earlier theory from the crime scene.
When you're looking at a case like this, you have to look at if there was anybody that had some type of beef or argument with Willard.
An individual may come in and try to steal a 12-pack of beer, but to go take that next step and to murder the clerk is unusual.
Investigators question Willard's co-workers and find out a surprising piece of information.
When we looked at possible suspects, we learned from management that Willard had thwarted a previous attempt to steal money out of the register. In this particular instance, he was successful in defending the store at that point in time. We found that video and we worked on that to see if maybe that individual came back and wanted to retaliate.
Investigators compare the features of Willard's assailants to the footage of the prior robbery attempt.
We take a close look at him, look at his height, his weight, but his physical characteristics didn't match.
Despite the dead end, investigators believe that the close encounter provides insight into Willard's mindset the night he was murdered.
It told us a lot about Willard as a person. He was proud of his job and may have given him confidence to stand up against these other two guys. He was not afraid. We got to believe that maybe he was bolstered some by his previous efforts to defend the store.
4 days after the murder, on October 2nd, Willard Grandstaff is laid to rest.
I was a pallbearer at his funeral. I walked up to his body, and I'm screaming, "No, stop, don't do this, wake up, let's go home." And I sat down and finally got myself together, and his mom said, "Robert, you need to let him go. He's at rest now. The good Lord needed him for something besides here."
Helped him grow up. The only thing I could tell the police was just to get the son of a bitches.
In the weeks after the murder, the case is at a standstill.
We just were basically stymied in the early part of this investigation. When you have a case like this where your investigation has really turned cold kind of quickly, you're just desperately looking for similar crimes, trends involving maybe a weapon of the same caliber, things of that nature. Unfortunately, we have a lot of convenience store robberies. Anybody that we learned about that's committing, violent armed robberies and shooting people would have been subjects of interest in this investigation. We had to look at everything.
Investigators then get a call with a promising tip.
Another agency gave us lead on some people that were committing some other burglaries in the area at the time.
Shamik and Prince. The half-brothers were on the radar because they had been in the South during that time period.
Investigators reach out to all police agencies in the area, gathering as much information about their new lead.
They definitely had violent things in their criminal histories. They're buying and selling guns, and they could have possibly been in the area. There are two people we're going to have to look at.
While investigators in the Willard Grandstaff murder wait for detailed reports on their new suspects, they re-examine forensic evidence collected at the scene to see if there is a link.
The forensic unit is pretty much looking for everything, and of course, the main things is fingerprints.
Well, when you examine the surveillance video, obviously you're interested in surfaces that may have been touched. DNA is so sophisticated now that skin cell tissue can leave what we call touch DNA.
But it's very hard when it's a public store like this. Everybody that comes in there could touch that counter.
You basically get a mixture of DNA that's unidentifiable exclusively to one person, and it's virtually impossible to isolate it.
I'm John Metters, and I was in charge of the prosecution in the murder of Willard Grandstaff. Unfortunately, there weren't forensics, there wasn't DNA, there weren't fingerprints. There may have been one partial palm print, but was not something that law enforcement could use.
With no viable forensic evidence, detectives reach back out to the agency that provided the tip.
At that point, we'd deal with investigators. We would have them take full body pictures, showing tattoos or anything, and then start doing a comparison there to see if things match up.
Investigators' search for the suspects takes a turn when they receive a new update.
We find out at the same time as Willard was killed. The half-brothers were incarcerated in another state. Both of them were caught up north somewhere. At that point, they were eliminated because we knew they were committing crimes at other places at the time that this murder occurred.
The trail became cold, and we were desperate for a lead. We were at a dead end.
Months after Willard's murder, the investigation is at a standstill, and his family is still on edge.
After Will was murdered, I know that my parents made extra sure to lock the doors and double check before they ever went to go do anything. I think they were worried. My mom worked at the store. I wanted my mom to come home. I didn't want her to get hurt. I worried a lot that someone else was gonna die. I try not to think about that store, ever.
With little else to go on, investigators make a bold move.
The sheriff's department decides to air this footage on the news, the local news channels in Columbia, in hopes that someone may identify the suspects or even identify this truck.
When you release surveillance video or you make an appeal to the public, you'll take information from whatever source it comes.
But not everyone is excited about the release of the surveillance video.
I remember they brought the video over, but they wouldn't let me watch it because I was a child, and so to this day, I've still never seen the video.
When they showed the story on the news, I started screaming. I had to literally get up and walk away from the television. I started crying, miss him. I wish he was still here.
Days became weeks, weeks became months. During that time, law enforcement was working on it. They were getting leads, they were running down leads. They were still showing the video periodically, keeping it out in the public. But in cases like this, where you don't have a witness, what usually happens is that somebody out there, the culprits are either going to talk and mess up, or somebody gets in trouble and wants a deal to help.
In March 2006, their luck begins to change.
One of our narcotics agents had made an arrest of an individual named Chris Ellis, who had several priors involving narcotics violations, and this was going to be one that could create some serious problems for him based on his prior convictions. This individual reached out to the narcotics agent who was involved in his case, indicated to him he had significant knowledge about this murder. That was passed on to my lead detective and myself.
Investigators agree to sit down with Ellis, who is currently incarcerated at the county jail. They begin by asking about his whereabouts around the time of the murder.
Chris Ellis tells us that he's at home the next morning and that the shooter comes back to the house and gives him the gun and asks him to get rid of the gun for him, and describes to him what had gone on, which matched up with what had gone on at the Kangaroo with Willard.
He had specific details about the actual crime itself. He knew the actual caliber of the weapon involved, which is very significant.
There's one way to find out if Chris Ellis is telling the truth.
After Chris's initial statement, we polygraphed Chris.
A cold case may go back on the shelf, but there's always a possibility of pulling it back off when something new comes in. In this particular case, Chris was at one tip. That possibly changes everything.
Investigators in the Willard Grandstaff murder case are trying to determine if a prison informant named Chris Ellis is lying.
It's very commonplace for individuals who are incarcerated to try to gain some advantage by helping solve crime. But Chris Ellis failed a polygraph. And what he was lying to us about was who was the heavier set accomplice. Well, after he failed a polygraph, he came clean about the involvement of his cousin, Lamont Ellis.
According to Chris, his cousin was the accomplice to the shooter.
Chris Ellis did not want to implicate his cousin, Lamont Ellis. That was the most significant mistruth that he had initially. Once we got through that, we were able to verify what he was telling us.
What helped make him credible in my mind was that he was telling on a family member, which is not easy to do.
Investigators push for the identity of the killer.
Jaime Marrero is who Chris Ellis identified as the shooter. When we started checking into Jaime Marrero, we realized he had a violent history. He had been involved in another shooting, homicide, several years back where he was actually shot.
Things are falling into place like none of the other leads had.
Investigators compare Jaime Marrero and Lamont Ellis to the masked gunman in the surveillance video.
The video was able to show their body height, structure, and type, and it did match. It was a key piece of evidence, without question.
Jaime matches up to the smaller guy, and Lamont definitely matches up with the larger male.
The two individuals matched the physical description of the two suspects to a T.
Investigators ask Ellis about the pickup truck seen in the video.
We find out from Chris that the truck had nothing to do with the case. We never were able to identify who was in the truck, but they were in one of their relatives' car and had been driving it that night.
Now, to build a case against Marrero and Ellis, investigators zero in on a piece of potential evidence.
According to Chris Ellis, Jaime Marrero came to his house, asked him to get rid of the gun. Chris told me that he had thrown the gun in a pond in the lower part of the county in a rural area. He had some connection in that pond because of a relative living close by.
I went to the pond with law enforcement and Richland County divers. I learned ponds are some of the toughest thing to dive for because you can't see.
We searched that pond for days, but were not able to recover it.
Desperate for more evidence, investigators attempt to leverage their best asset.
When you have a crime like this, with a lack of forensic evidence or ballistics, and you've got somebody that's giving you a tip that's acquainted with the suspects, a pretext phone call is an investigative technique that is often used. It's a call that we record, and we attempt to get either a confession over the phone or acknowledgement to the crime.
We set up a patch call where Chris called Jaime Marrero to see if Jaime's going to say anything incriminating.
Christopher was able to get Jaime on the phone, and Jaime basically said, why are you doing this? Why are you talking to me about this on the telephone?
If you called me and asked me about a homicide and was implicating me as saying that, tell me about what happened, I'd be telling you, I don't know, I wasn't there. And that's not what Jaime was saying.
Which, in our view, was basically an acknowledgement, which was very significant.
The content of the conversation corroborated Chris' information immediately. And that was significant to Chris's credibility.
Then, the attention shifts to a different member of the Ellis family.
Chris's girlfriend at the time was cooperative in the investigation, and she had some degree of influence on Lamont.
Of course, Lamont finds out from the others that he's being given up. Communication is made with Lamont, who then calls into the sheriff's department and offers to come in to the sheriff's department.
Lamont Ellis sits down with investigators to share insight into exactly how and why Willard died.
That night, they had gone out to a pool hall that was right behind the Kangaroo. When they left there, Jaime was talking about doing the robbery.
But according to Lamont, when Willard resisted, Marrero lost his cool.
Lamont was pretty much upset that Jaime had shot the guy, said that was not necessary.
After we got Lamont Ellis's statement and he fully corroborated Christopher's tip, that was enough for us to secure arrest warrants for Jaime Marrero.
Willard's family is pleased with investigators' progress, but they find some of the case details shocking.
The accomplice that was arrested, Lamont, my mom knew his mom and had kind of seen him grow up. So everyone was kind of surprised to hear that Lamont was involved.
In a strange coincidence, Robert Cribb believes the events of August 4th were not Willard and Lamont's first encounter.
Lamont was in Will's class. He pushed Will outside, and I said, "No, Lamont, you need to stop and leave him alone." When they told me they had caught the killers, I felt relieved. I felt Will got the peace he deserved.
Lamont Ellis is charged with assault and robbery. Jaime Marrero is charged with the murder of Willard Grandstaff. His trial is set for September 2008.
This was a murder. This was a cold-blooded murder, and he needed to be convicted of that.
On September 22, 2008, the trial for the murder of Willard Grandstaff begins. But there's a problem.
I've been doing this a long time, and I love what I do. I love doing this job. But this case was not an easy case. There just was not any evidence, no forensics, no DNA. It was a tough case for law enforcement to crack, no question about it.
Without something directly linking him to the murder, prosecutors fear Marrero will walk.
We don't stop the investigation when the arrest takes place. We obviously wanted to build as strong a case as possible.
One of the other significant parts of the investigation post-arrest were some jailhouse phone calls. One of those calls, Mr. Jaime Marrero was talking to his girlfriend, and as a result of that, law enforcement went and talked to her. She said that he had confessed to her. Law enforcement obviously was excited at that news.
Just days into the trial, the prosecution's new star witness takes the stand.
You know, some folks are just credible. They just reek with credibility. And her testimony was powerful. And I can visually remember looking at Marrero, and he was actually slipping down in his seat as she was testifying. And he felt it. And I know the jury felt it. And it was just strong, credible evidence. I'm so glad she came forward. It was a good circumstantial evidence case. With her testimony, it really took it up a notch, too.
After her testimony, Jaime's lawyer asked the judge for a break. Jaime wanted to speak to family members. And after a period of time, he made what appeared to be a very emotional decision to plead guilty to murder and attempted armed robbery.
I told the judge at the trial, these guys have deprived me of a future as well as my son. I said, the only thing I want you to do is deprive them of their future.
Lamont Ellis is sentenced to 5 years for conspiracy and 10 years for assault. Jaime Marrero is sentenced to 38 years in prison for the murder of Willard Grandstaff.
A plea to murder is a little bit unusual because murder carries a minimum of 30 in South Carolina to life. It's what we call pine box life. So securing a murder conviction, a non-parolable offense, and then getting 38 years.
Willard's family remember the young man who in his final moments gave his life to protect the place that he loved.
He showed love to everybody that came in contact with him. I've always been proud of my son. Everything he's done, everything that he wanted to accomplish, but didn't have a chance to. Yeah, I've always been proud of him for wanting to be something. But one regret that I have is that he's no longer around for me to continue being the proud mother. I love you. And still wish you was here with me, but it can't be.
Still to this day gets to me. Knowing that I miss him every day, to wish he was still here to talk to me. I'll walk up to his grave and I'll say, hey, Will, I'll miss you. I wish you were still here so we could go hang out somewhere, go get something to eat somewhere or something. And I could literally feel like he's putting his arm around me, telling me, hey, buddy, how are you? I'm right here with you. And then within 2 seconds, it's gone. I guess his way of telling me, hey, I'm here. I'm glad to see you. I'm doing okay. And I'll believe that till my dying day.
If I could do anything, I'd want to give him a hug. I miss his hugs. I still remember his hugs. He gave bear hugs, and they were just the best hugs. He's the person you would have wanted to be friends with. I like how my aunt put it on his headstone. He was a gentle soul. That's what he was. Big friendly giant.
Please help us bring our loved one, my baby, home.
There was no question about how or what or why. It was just, she's gone.
She didn't walk away. She's not missing. Somebody has it.
There are some text messages between Alicia and a young man that raised some red flags with us. She had made arrangements to meet with him that night.
Like, my head is numb. I'm automatically thinking that he's the culprit.
She said, can you please just come get me? I need you to come get me right now.
Spring 2013 in Willimantic, a former mill town in Connecticut. 20-year-old Alicia Wiley is preparing for her sophomore year finals at Eastern Connecticut State University, where she is thriving.
Alicia adapting to college life was great. My name is Shaharis Landell. I am Alicia's older sister. She loved being on her own. She didn't have anybody to answer to. I mean, she enjoyed her freedom.
She had a perfect balance of her academics and her campus life. My name is Sade Burke, and I'm a close friend of Alicia Wiley. She was someone who came off very sassy, and she was very fashionable. So you would think that someone like that is stuck up. But I remember her saying, "Hey, Sade, you're not gonna say hi?" And that was the first time we ever had like a conversation because we never spoke before then.
Alicia was born on November 24th, 1992. And according to her mother, she was headstrong from the start.
Alicia was determined to come into this world. And when I was 8 months pregnant, Alicia finally decided she couldn't wait no more. She was so tiny, like she fit in the palm of my hand. We used to call her Lily because her sister really couldn't say Alicia. She will always say Alili.
The third daughter of single mother Karina Martin, Alicia forms a tight bond with Shaharis, her older sister.
Alicia was the type that would, if she saw me liking something, she would try it out. We fought over clothes because I don't want to give her a bad name, but she was a bit of a klepto at one point. We love fashion. We love dressing up. And that's something that we bonded on, glamming up. But we were there for each other. We were close.
Growing up, life isn't easy. But Karina instills in her daughters the drive to overcome adversity.
Education was so important because she was a single mom. Making sure that we were able to stand on our own was a huge thing for her. She was just like, you have to have an education. I didn't go to college, but you're gonna go to college.
Alicia's drive was unstoppable. I was in awe of it.
Alicia's hard work pays off with a presidential scholarship to Eastern Connecticut State University. It covers tuition, room, and board.
We were ecstatic for her to be a young Black woman and see that people were recognizing her for the content of her character and her exceptional mind, you know. That's huge. That's huge.
But on the night of Saturday, April 20th, Alicia's best friend, Sade, is concerned when Alicia never shows to meet in her dorm room as they had planned.
We initially started texting, I want to say around 11. She's telling me that she's walking, she's coming to me, she needs a drink. We were just gonna hang out. I was waiting for like a text or a call or something that she was coming, and I got nothing. Then I called her twice, and I got no response to that either. But briefly for that moment, I let it go. I'm like, okay, next week it's gonna come, and she has to go to class. Monday comes, she's not there. Not in class, anything. So now, I'm not gonna lie, I'm really freaking out.
With her anxiety mounting, Sade decides to seek help the next morning.
I approach our professor and I ask him, have you seen Alicia? He's just like, no. And he was just like, why? And I was like, well, I haven't seen her all weekend. And then he side-eyed me and he was like, is that normal behavior for her? And I was like, no. He was like, okay, well, I'm gonna check to see if she's attended her other classes and then I'll get back to you. Then later that day, I get a call from campus police letting me know that she was nowhere to be found and she's been missing for a few days. My heart dropped because that's when I realized that this was no longer like me just being in my head. This was for real.
Later that day, campus police reach out to authorities in Alicia's hometown of New Haven for assistance.
A knock came on the door, and my stepdad said, "Corey, there's a policeman here asking about Alicia." And I said, "She's at school. Why are you looking for Alicia?" And he says, "Well, I was told to do a well check." I was like, a well check? For what? She's up at school getting ready for finals. Why? And that's when they told me that Alicia had been missing.
With Alicia now missing for 3 days, campus security contacts the Connecticut State Police. The case is assigned to lead investigator Sergeant Forrest Ruddy.
I was contacted to assist the University Police with their missing person investigation. So a detective sergeant, a couple other detectives responded to the campus. They were assigned to interview her roommates, her classmates, her professors in the classes that she was in. Everyone was saying the same thing. We haven't heard from her in days. So that was a little more alarming, and I get more detectives on the scene.
Working with university police, investigators attempt to track Alicia's movements and uncover their first clue.
I'm Joseph T. Corradino, State's Attorney for the Judicial District of Fairfield. The school was able to access its various data systems, and they were able to document the last time that she was on campus.
The footage in question shows Alicia on the morning of Saturday, April 20th.
We have her on surveillance cameras in the lobby of Ockham Hall, and then leaving the building. We were able to recover Alicia walking out of Ockham Hall. And then waiting outside, and a black Nissan Altima shows up. And Alicia gets in there. That raised some red flags with us.
Shocking secrets from the past.
I didn't want her to think, who else can I trust? So I kept it. What she told me, I kept.
Heartbreaking regrets.
I was just crying. That destroyed me because it made it feel like she was never coming back.
And the quest to decipher Alicia's final moments.
She said, "I want you to know this isn't the first time this happened." And I was like, "What do you mean?"
The story changed, so we want to gain as much information as we can.
Connecticut authorities are investigating the disappearance of 20-year-old college student Alicia Wiley. When investigators inform Alicia Wiley's mother that her daughter has been missing from campus for 3 days, she's distraught.
It took me about 45 minutes to convince the officer that Alicia, she's not missing. She didn't walk away from her life. She's not missing. She's not missing. Somebody has her.
The last time Alicia was seen on campus was on Saturday, when surveillance footage captures her getting into an unidentified black car.
It was obvious to us that she knew who it was. At that point in the investigation, it looked like, okay, she was a willing participant in that vehicle. University Police Department detectives had been speaking with the family members. They were in contact with the last person known to be seen with Alicia.
The family reveals that the person in question is her boyfriend, Jermaine Richards, and that the relationship began in high school.
When she was a junior in high school, she was like, hey, I started talking to this guy. That guy was Jermaine. Alicia told me that she was walking home from school one day and he seen her and approached her in a car. That's how they met.
She just said that she really loved him and she did want to start a family. She described him as like the dream guy.
After reviewing the footage and confirming that the vehicle belongs to Richards, investigators make arrangements to question him.
Detectives had been speaking with family members, and they related to us that they were in contact with the boyfriend, Jermaine, and they asked him to respond up to the police department to assist us in our investigation, since he was the last person known to be seen with Alicia. We're looking for help here. We want to gain as much information as we can.
Richards tells police that after picking up his girlfriend on campus a little after noon on Saturday, he then drove an hour and a half southwest to Bridgeport, where they spent an uneventful day at his mother's house.
Then he told the police he had dropped her off on campus on that Saturday, sometime shortly before 11 p.m. He left her at the Dairy Queen, which is about 2 blocks from the main gate of the campus, and he came back to Bridgeport.
According to Jermaine, he hasn't heard from Alicia since dropping her off.
So at the time we spoke initially with Jermaine, we looked into his background. He didn't really have that much of a criminal history. The family also had mentioned that he was in the nursing field, healthcare assistant, at home care and things like that. In interviewing his mother, she pretty much said that she had seen Alicia and Jermaine at her house in Bridgeport the night before. They were getting along, didn't seem like anything was wrong, so she said there was no issues. We looked into his black Altima to see if there's any evidence in there, any signs of a fight or anything broken inside the vehicle. There was nothing.
To track the couple's movements on Saturday, investigators subpoena their cell phone records. While they must wait for Alicia's, they immediately gain access to Jermaine's.
Cell site data is limited. We don't get an exact GPS location. We simply get a range in which the phone may have been. After he left her at the Dairy Queen, he gets on the telephone. His cell phone was on the towers up in Willimantic at 11 p.m. And then there was a 45-minute phone conversation with another friend. He's on the telephone almost all the way back to Bridgeport. So his phone is making contact with cell towers over the entire distance from Willimantic back to Bridgeport. That's a distance of about 75 miles.
It seems Richard's story checks out.
Jermaine Richards said he had dropped her off on campus. So the police set up a cordon around the campus to interview any person that came into that cordon and ask them if they had been out the previous Saturday night. Over 300 people were interviewed.
But no one claims to have seen her. Investigators broaden their search from the college campus and find something disturbing nearby.
My name is Daniel Tepfer. I'm a reporter for the Connecticut Post newspaper. Just kind of an odd population in Willimantic. Just down the street from the school, there was kind of a rooming house of drug addicts and people with psychological problems. So there was always that question about maybe somebody in that town could have done something to Alicia.
If, in fact, he did drop her off there, some random sex offender could have grabbed onto her, thrown her in a car, and then taken off.
In the days after Alicia Wiley goes missing, investigators are looking into the possibility that she was abducted after her boyfriend claims he dropped her off on Saturday night near campus.
If, in fact, he did drop her off there, some random sex offender could have grabbed onto her, thrown her in a car, and then taken off.
After searching on campus, investigators looked for possible suspects in the neighborhoods nearby.
We checked with our sex offender registry, the local PDs, every police department in that area. We spoke to all of them. Everyone was alibied out.
Then, investigators get their hands on Alicia's cell records and begin studying the data.
Working with the cell phone towers in triangulation where the phones would plot, and kind of gave us almost like a breadcrumb of where her activities were. In addition to those locations, we also had text messages back and forth with Alicia and her friends and her family. There was text messages from Alicia's phone, and it's bouncing off the towers that are right around the university.
Based on the timestamp of her texts, investigators discovered that Alicia was communicating with Sade while she waited for Jermaine to pick her up. So for the first time, state police seek out Alicia's best friend. A week after alerting campus police that Alicia was missing, Sade is anxious and confused and in a state of denial.
A lot of it was happening when I was still trying to attend classes, or when I was locked up in my room, trying to process it all. But I didn't realize it was serious until I got pulled out of class to speak to a detective. And I was just well, you're pulling me out of class. This is serious. So I'm just my head is just nowhere at that point. My head is numb. I don't know what to think anymore.
Detectives ask Sade about the text messages she and Alicia exchanged on the day she went missing, which started that Saturday around noon.
It was normal for me and Alicia to text all day, every day, because we always had things to talk about. So I was letting her know how everything was going, and we were just kind of cracking jokes.
Alicia then reveals something unexpected.
Then randomly, she said that she's over the relationship and she wants to be done with Jermaine. The text wasn't odd to me, because I feel I knew Alicia was going to break up with Jermaine soon. I just didn't know when. What caught my surprise was not the fact that she actually was breaking up with him, just that she did it sooner than I expected.
According to Sade, once Alicia started college, her relationship with her long-term high school boyfriend began to change.
As me and her became closer, and the more we hung out and the more I started to bring her around the friends I was around, she started to meet other guys. And of course, they're more studious. They're upstanding guys. You know what I mean? They're in college. Jermaine is somewhere else. So I feel that opened her eyes a little bit more to the world. There's more to life than just Jermaine. I feel she started to have a self-realization moment. And over time, I noticed that she was more open to dating or talking to other guys. And that's what let me know, okay, Jermaine's gonna be out of the picture pretty soon. I think she just said she was just over it, her patience is just through with him.
Sade tells police that she didn't hear from her friend again until later on that night, around 11 p.m.
She's telling me that she's at Dairy Queen and she's walking, she's coming to me. And the text said, "It's over, I'm coming over, I need a drink." And I just replied with okay.
Anxious to hear about the breakup, Sade anticipates Alicia's arrival, but she never shows.
It's weird that she didn't reach back out to me. She said she was coming and never showed up. Something's not right. Something's off.
The The 11:03 p.m. text to Sade is the last communication from Alicia's phone.
Alicia's phone is bouncing off the towers that are right around the university and the town of Willimantic. But then the phone stops and nowhere to be found.
However, her phone offers another clue, a series of texts to an unknown number that begin that Saturday at 4:43 p.m.
There was a former boyfriend that she was speaking with. She had made arrangements to meet with him that night.
Investigators in the Alicia Wiley disappearance case discover that while she was spending the weekend with her boyfriend, Jermaine, she was communicating with another man.
There are some text messages later in the afternoon between Lily and a young man that she had known before becoming involved with Jermaine. And in that set of texts, she suggests that perhaps he could come over that night and asks what time he's getting off work.
And they went back to talk to him just to see if he had any information on where she could be.
The young man tells police that when investigators learned that Alicia had reached out to an ex, the same weekend she had planned to break up with Jermaine, detectives re-examined the relationship with her long-term boyfriend.
Well, that was very concerning to us. We're looking for help here. We want to gain as much information as we can.
But when detectives try to find out more details on their relationship, they're surprised by what they find.
Her friends didn't really know much about him. Occasionally she would let slip some little thing, but he was her big secret. A lot of her friends really didn't understand why. It definitely was something that she kept under wraps.
She was in another world when he came around. It was like nobody else existed. She was in love with him.
To further probe the details of Alicia and Jermaine's relationship, detectives speak with Alicia's closest ally and confidant, her sister, Shaharez. And she reveals an alarming incident that occurred a month before Alicia disappeared.
She called me and she said, "Can you please just come get me? Come get me right now. I need you to come get me right now." And she's like whispering. And she was like, "I'm in one of the bathrooms. I'm at one of his clients' house with Jermaine. And I don't want to be here." And I was like, "Oh my gosh, I'm getting up right now." At the time, the guy that I was with, I woke him up and I was like, "We have to go get my sister right now."
Sometime after midnight, the couple drove 45 minutes to pick up Alicia.
Lily came out of the house. She appeared to her sister and brother-in-law to be very nervous, very upset, and very fearful. They took her home that night.
And I'm like, "What happened?" And she's like, "I just was trying to talk to him and he just got so mad and he put me on the bed and he was like smothering me. He was like choking me and like he started fighting me and I don't even know why." She said, "I want you to know this isn't the first time this happened." And I was like, "What do you mean?" And she was like, "This isn't the first time that he's like put his hands on me." And I said, "Well, you don't have to tell me everything. You don't have to if you don't want to, but I'm here for you." And she just got up and walked back into the living room. And we went to sleep.
Despite the encounter, Alicia had difficulty breaking the alleged cycle of abuse.
There was a night that she stayed with me during that week, and we woke up, and she was gone. She came back in the house, and we were like, "Where did you go?" And she said she went to go meet with Jermaine. At that point, I was so pissed because I'm like, this guy was suffocating you, like he's trying to harm you, and I don't want you to go down this road. She didn't want to hear that.
I think a lot of people remain silent when it comes to intimate partner violence and domestic violence and teen dating violence because they love the person that they're with. There's this thought that this person will change and they will make changes and it will never happen again. The violence will never happen again. And so they hang their hopes on that particular thought, you know, that it did happen. I know it happened, but you know, he said he's going to change.
I didn't want to lose her to me running my mouth. Like, I didn't want her to think, okay, now I told her, and now she's gonna go and tell everybody else, and then now I'm just gonna go back to the same situation because who else can I trust? So I kept it. What she told me, I kept. Until one day, she was gone.
The race to find Alicia.
As time stretches on, the chances of somebody being found alive are not good.
A family torn apart.
As a mom, that was the most excruciating part, just because there's just so much raw emotion.
And the chilling trail to Alicia's final moments.
It wasn't a saw, it wasn't an axe, it was a knife.
My mind went completely blank. I started to hyperventilate.
When Alicia's sister, Shaharez, tells investigators that Jermaine tried to strangle her sister a month before she disappeared, they are alarmed.
And with the domestic violence, obviously, the story changed, so we continued our investigation on that.
Police fear that Alicia's intent to break up with Jermaine that weekend may have triggered a violent reaction. When detectives reach out to him, he refuses to come in for further questioning.
So that was very concerning to us, because here we think, okay, you're the boyfriend, you should show some type of concern for her safety, assist the police, so that raised some red flags with us.
Then about 2 weeks into the searches, one of the detectives that was assigned to our case said to me, you know, Shaharez had told us she went to go and pick up Alicia, and he tried to strangle her. And as a mom, that was the most excruciating part.
I wasn't aware of the whole incident with Alicia and Jermaine. Alicia never brought it up to me. It broke my heart hearing about that situation. I'm automatically thinking that Jermaine is the culprit. Maybe he took her.
With no concrete evidence, police turn to the family in hopes of putting pressure on Jermaine.
The family of a college student who has been missing for more than a week is reaching out to the public for help.
The detectives, they asked me to talk to the media. They wanted to set up for a press conference. We were all scrambling, trying to figure out, how did we get to him? And I says, listen, I don't know what to say. And they were like, just don't specifically talk about Jermaine, but you can talk as if you're talking to him. And that's what I did.
We need for anybody who knows something, and I know there's someone out here who does, to come forward. Please help us bring our loved one, my baby, home.
To try and beg someone.
People were out trying to find Alicia, but as time stretches on, the chances of somebody being found alive are not good. And in this case, I mean, we were going from days to weeks to months now.
I was just crying. That destroyed me because it made it feel like she was never coming back.
To focus their efforts to find Alicia, investigators search along the route he drove on the night she disappeared.
She's last seen in Bridgeport with Jermaine Richards. And her school is in Willimantic. It's important to understand that in figuring out what happened on the night she disappeared.
On May 17th, a month after Alicia went missing, a search party summons Sergeant Ruddy to a location near Bridgeport.
So we get down there. It's like a cul-de-sac. We walked into the woods, observed what we had, partial human remains. It's essentially an arm and a leg in a substantial state of decomposition.
And once you realize that these are human bones, of course, the question is, well, what happened to the rest of the body?
A DNA test later confirms the victim is Alicia Wiley. While examining her remains, investigators draw a chilling conclusion.
The medical examiner determined that those remains had been disarticulated by an edged instrument. It wasn't a saw, it wasn't an axe, it was a knife. That's a skill set that one who knows human anatomy would have to have. Jermaine Richards completed the course of study prescribed for a licensed practical nurse. Among the things that he needed to know was human anatomy.
The area where the remains were was actually about 1.5 miles from his house.
This has now gone from missing person case to horrendous murder case.
Soon after the discovery, investigators make a difficult call.
They told me, and we're sorry to inform you, but it wasn't a body that we found.
My mind went completely blank. I started to hyperventilate.
Not only did he murder her, he threw my baby away like trash.
And I just remember, I just started bawling. I just couldn't take it.
To build a case against Richards, investigators re-examine his alibi for the day Alicia disappeared.
The discovery of Lily's remains exploded his story about taking her back to Willimantic. Why would the defendant drive her all the way to Willimantic only to leave her off 2 blocks from the school?
The added twist to this is that she had texted her friends at college that she was on her way back after breaking up with Jermaine. And that added to the mystery.
And we have no idea who sent texts to Sade Burke. In all likelihood, it was not Lily sending those texts.
On May 17th, 2013, police issue a warrant for Jermaine Richards' arrest.
Tonight, police say Jermaine Richards of Bridgeport has surrendered to police.
They say that Richards is charged with murder as well as kidnapping in the first degree.
But District Attorney Joe Corradino must overcome daunting challenges to secure a conviction.
There's no glove, there's no knife, there's no smoking gun, there's no blood stains, there's no DNA. All the things that normally you would find in a murder scene, there is nothing. There was a genuine concern that Jermaine Richards was going to get away with this crime.
In the absence of physical evidence linking Jermaine Richards to the murder of Alicia Wiley, the prosecution zeroes in on a trial strategy.
The prosecution took a completely different tack.
Our focus was on the issue of domestic violence. It was important for the jury to consider what was happening in that relationship.
It's not easy to leave a relationship. It's not easy to get out. When you're in it, you don't truly understand the dynamics. People forget that intimate partner violence is not just physical. It's emotional, it's psychological.
But we all need to understand that the most fatal time for
After presenting their domestic violence-driven case, the prosecution rests, and the jury announces they've reached a verdict.
I remember I was sitting with Karina. We were like holding each other's hands the entire time. We were both super nervous. We didn't know what was going to happen.
And then the foreman said guilty.
It was like a breath of fresh air. It was just thank God the entire time. Like, I was just so happy. I prayed so hard, so much. Like, that's all I can do was be happy. Like, finally. Finally.
Jermaine Richards is sentenced to 60 years without the possibility of parole for the murder of Alicia Wiley. In the wake of the trial, Karina sets out on a mission to share her hardship and honor her beloved daughter.
The horrific loss of her daughter didn't paralyze her. It didn't numb her. What it did was it motivated her.
We started a nonprofit organization called Mothers of Victims Equality to bring up awareness about different scenarios of domestic violence, not just on those that are going through it, but also the family members and the community as a whole.
Years later, Shaharez recalls the final moments she spent with her sister, a few weeks before she was killed, and a heated exchange about Alicia's relationship with Jermaine.
We just got into this like huge argument, you know, and she was like, I'm so sick of this. I'm so tired of this. I couldn't understand what was happening inside. We were arguing, and it was like, it's not something that we haven't done before, and it was burning. I've never felt like that when I've argued with her, and I was like, I don't feel right letting her go, like us parting like this. And I was like, okay, well, I'm sorry. And she was like, I'm sorry too. And we hugged. And that was like my last face-to-face with her.
For Sade, she remembers the spirit that radiated through the texts Alicia sent in her final moments.